Good morning, everybody. Okay. Today is November 8th. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, our filling in for Council Riano, Secretary to the Authority, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary of the Authority Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be November 21st, which is a Tuesday, December 2nd, December 20th. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then New York City, for the most part. If you have any phones on, please silence them and take your calls outside. When your item is called, please approach the podium and speak into the microphone, and also please introduce yourself. For those of you who are here on item 2419, which is Stony Brook Fine Wine and Spirits, we're going to hear that matter no earlier than noontime to get the other matters taken care of before that matter, because we're expecting a bit of a crowd for that. The first item actually is in New York City. It's item 2510A. It's a request for a summary suspension order. African Last Stop, Inc.
Good morning, members.
Morning.
On October 21st of this year, the police responded to a radio transmission at about 3:30 in the morning, which directed them to 1300 East 222 Street, where there's a licensed premise called African Last Stop Restaurant. They found a victim who'd been slashed in the neck and the face. He was taken to the hospital, and later at the hospital, the police discovered two additional victims that were a part of the same bar brawl that occurred inside the licensed premise. One of the additional victims had been slashed, and the third victim had been struck in the head with a glass bottle. Counsel's office is requesting that you issue an emergency summary suspension order as to this location, because this very terrible incident is a symptom and a direct result of three things that have been going on with this licensed premise. First, the owner, Ohanuma Akalonu, who is 77 years old, has effectively abandoned this licensed premise to her son and is no longer actively supervising the premise. Second, she has violated nearly every condition imposed on this license, including not serving food, which is the main reason why this premises even exists, utilizing unlicensed security guards, permitting dancing, and other violations. Third, this licensed premise poses an immediate fire hazard to all the patrons that are entering. So, that's why we're here. Just to take you back to 2014, there was a place that was a terrible place that was revoked by the members in 2014. It was called Chris Place, and it had all sorts of violations, building code violations in the same premise, in the same address, 1300 East 222 Street. Consistent building code violations, sale after hours, et cetera, and the board at that time had revoked the license. So Ms. Akalonu came before the board in 2014 and said she was going to be different. She was going to clean up the place. She was going to have a chef there all the time, no dancing. She was going to be sure that she was there managing the place. She was certain to represent that she was going to have two security guards provided through a licensed security guard company who would provide licensed and bonded security guards. So, the full board at that time, I'm not sure if the members were there at that time, very rationally issued this license based on what was represented. However, Ms.
When was that?
2014.
Oh, she came in on 2014.
Yes, that's
Okay.
when she came
No,
in.
yeah, that was before my time.
So, either she was just a front at that time for her son, or she, effectively abandoned that, mode of operation and became a nightclub. Now this place is calling itself ALS Club. It's not even using the word restaurant. So in the summer, you see the incidents that have been occurring there. I don't need to repeat everyone. I would just state that there was a follow-up inspection that was really quickly organized between the SLA and the police department on October 21st at 11:50 at night. Investigator Stravali was involved in that. He is the one that did a very thorough inspection and found that there were no tables, there was no food being served, there was no menu, the gas was shut off in the kitchen. So effectively, this license should be canceled just for that.
But you have, besides the October 21st incident, you have a list of other
Yes.
violent incidents that occurred prior to that as well, right?
Yes, Chairman, there's robberies, assaults, There's been other instances where they've been caught permitting dancing. I spoke to the Special Operations Lieutenant Kaiser, who I'm acquainted with, as there have been 2 other premises in his precinct that we've recently shut down. He told me he's had a lot of dealings with only the son. He's never seen the mother. He's always dealt with Mr. Ochekuwu Akalonu, he has the same last name, who's effectively operating this place. He's not responsive to the police concerns. He basically, shrugs his shoulders and says, what am I going to do when people start dancing? I've seen social media. This place is a hookah bar, dance bar. This is not a restaurant. So, they present a pretty present danger to all the people that enter. So for these reasons, we're requesting that you summarily suspend this license.
And what's the fire code violations you're talking about?
Well, I think they did not maintain the
Blocked
fire
exits,
extinguishers,
okay,
the
I
blocked
see.
exits. They were using extension cords as permanent wiring. The emergency lights, the exit signs were not lit.
Fire extinguishers that aren't up to code, things
Yep.
like that.
Okay.
Counselor, I see there's some incidents back in early 2016. Were they ever referred to us? Did we get any of the 2016 referrals from
No,
anybody?
they were not. In fact, I'm still trying to dig those up. We just spotted those in it's a Cognos computer report that was provided to us by the police department. I'm in the process of obtaining those summonses. We never received those summonses.
Okay. Any questions?
Ready to vote?
Yes.
I'm going to vote for the emergency summary order of suspension based on patrons being slashed and stabbed and struck with a glass bottle. That's really enough for me right there. But it's obviously operating as it's operating outside of its authorized use. It's not being run as a restaurant. 37 violations, including fire hazards, exits blocked, roll-down gates not locked up, all sorts of things like that, all that are a threat to the public safety. Numerous others violations that you've already mentioned, so I'm going to vote to suspend.
I'll vote to suspend as well for the same grounds. This is a classic bait and switch that she obviously came in and told us that she was running something completely different than what she actually is running, and it's clear now it's become a public hazard. So I'll vote to summarily suspend.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to move to Buffalo. First item is 2438, City Market Liquor, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm joined by Attorney Joel Daniels and legal counsel for City Market Liquor, Inc. in their application for a liquor store at 1803 Pine Avenue in Niagara Falls.
Which we just canceled in August.
That's correct, with the caveat that we could reapply because there were some inaccuracies on the application and the renewal. And so what we've done is we've cleaned those up. We've started a new company to own the building. We have a new lease to make everything very clear as to who the ownership is. All the bank statements have been disclosed, and there's no change in the character of the neighborhood. There's no change in public convenience aspect. It's been a liquor store for 6 years under my client's ownership, and then even prior to that from the individual he bought the
Chairman,
store
we do have
from.
opposition for this.
Okay, is there opposition there?
There's opposition present. Please
So
step up to.
why don't we hear them first? Sorry about
Okay.
that.
No problem. Thank you.
I ask that you state your name clearly for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Brian Molkiver, owner of Wedge Liquors on Pine Avenue in Niagara Falls. I have submitted to you in writing why I believe the application for this license doesn't meet public convenience and advantage. And since I have submitted my letter, a new package store license has been issued on November 1st to Creative Liquors and Wines, 1951 Agar Street, which is about a half a mile south of City Market Liquors. That now makes 4 package stores and 2 wine-only stores in downtown Niagara Falls.
Where did you
City
say that?
Market.
Where, can you repeat that address?
Yes, sir. It's 1951 Niagara Street. It was just approved, according to the online information, November 1st.
And let me ask you, is Cameron Liquor Store open on 2901 Pine Avenue?
Yes, sir. I am getting to, it is open on 29th and Pine, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So that then would make 4 package stores and 2 wine-only stores in downtown Niagara Falls. City Market is applying to become the 5th store downtown. 3 existing stores. Cameron is on 29th of Pine. They do cover the one end of Pine Avenue. Myself, I do cover the other end of Pine Avenue. 3rd Street Liquors, along with the 2 wine-only stores, do cover the downtown and the tourist area. I even believe there is a place for this new license because it's convenient to that south end of the town. City Market being the 5th liquor store in the downtown area, all located within about 1.5 miles, maybe up to 2 miles, I think is a bit much.
Well, they were there,
Finally-
we just shut them 4 months ago. What do you mean it's a bit much?
Well, it is a little bit of a bit much within Pine Avenue. It is about 1.5 miles of Pine Avenue. And now with the 4th store being open, there's 5 in downtown Niagara Falls with about 15,000
Do
people.
you know how far that is?
Which place?
The one we just licensed.
The one we licensed, you're talking about Cameron, was licensed by the
No.
board in 2016, but just to back up for the members here, that was approved by the members in September 2016, however, it wasn't issued till later, and it did replace a store that had been canceled there in 2014.
Okay, and what about the one he's talking about that we
Which
just,
address is that?
1955, 1951?
That is the one I was speaking about.
Well, that Cameron is 2901 Pine Avenue.
Creative, close.
So
Creative Liquor and Wine is the one is at 1951.
And how far is that from this location? If you know.
I do know it is 0.6 of a mile south. Being the 19th Street.
Can you hold
City
on,
Market-
can you hold on a second? We're going to
Yes,
find
sir.
out.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
At the time when they, Creative applied, City Market at this address was 0.6 miles is what we had.
So it would actually be the closest. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And finally, I was surprised to see that the Pine Avenue Redevelopment Board of Directors sent a letter to you. Because I'm sure the last thing they would want is another empty storefront on Pine Avenue. So, taking that into consideration and everything, I hope that, downtown Niagara Falls, we're all there and everything, and it's, it's been very good to the family and everything. We just hope that with the new store opening, I just believe that that's enough for our downtown area. And I'd like to thank you guys all very much for your time here today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And to confirm, Creative did pick up their license on November 1st of this year.
So they're open. Okay, anybody else?
Good morning. My name is Paul Morelli, owner of 3rd Street Liquors, Niagara Falls, New York. I'm in opposition to the license today because we do have 5 existing stores within a mile radius, and I think it's too much. And business has been declining steadily, and just to hope that, they have many violations against them, and relied on previous things, and hopefully, that would be an indication of what they do with things or not.
Okay,
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your listening to it.
thank you. And we also got significant opposition, well, I don't want to call it significant, but we did get opposition from residents as well as the Pine Avenue Redevelopment Project Board of Directors.
And a retired Buffalo, a retired policeman as well.
Go ahead.
If I can just address some of the points that were just raised,
Well, I think you should first address the multiple misstatements he made to us, which is right now a big problem to me. I know we told him he could apply, it doesn't mean he's going to get granted.
I understand. The point of reapplying here was to clean all of that up. So what we've done is we started a LLC to hold the property, which Mr. Singh is the sole owner of.
I know what you've done. I want to know why he did what he did.
There were mistakes that were made in the application process. As we discussed prior, when the application was submitted before Mr. Singh bought the building, he was unaware of his obligation to notify the liquor authority to update that he became the owner of the building, and he failed to do so. He's admitted that. At no point has he denied that that happened.
But he also, you know, the applications are pretty clear that we ask for financial information about where the money's coming from, and there's really, really good reasons for that. And we don't find out that he took 4 short-term loans from individuals in India until after the fact. And then when we do find out, he basically states that those loans were all paid back and they were never formalized in any sort of paper. So we don't have any clue whether those loans, who they came from, where the money came, or whether it actually ever did get paid back.
Respectfully, Chairman, the loans were from people in the United States, and we did submit personal questionnaires for 3 of the 4.
Well, they were transferred from the Bank of India, so that may be, but it is an Indian bank.
Well, the situation is a little more nuanced than that. Mr. Singh had money in an account, a personal account of his, in the Bank of India at the time. This is back in 2010, 2011. The money, when he was offered the ability to buy the store, obviously the purchase price, the money he needed to lay out to purchase this business and the building went up. He didn't have the requisite funds, so he went to access his account in the Bank of India, and that money was held up. So he borrowed money from friends here in the United States to cover that. Once the money came through, he paid them back immediately. There was no interest charged, there was no ownership given in the building, there was no gifts. This was merely friends and family helping one another. Excuse me, when he had trouble accessing
Which we're
funds.
supposed to be made aware of.
Absolutely. And that's why we provided the personal questionnaires and all the documentation, including the IDs of the individuals, as soon as this issue was brought to our attention.
What was the false material statement on the 2013?
That was, I believe, on the renewal. The fact that Mr. Singh still owned the building was not noted.
Is this a bulletproof store?
No, there's an open floor plan. There's some product behind the counter. The majority of the product is out for open sale on the floor. It's a very clean, well-lit, well-run store. Mr. Singh and his wife live 3 blocks from the store.
Well, they actually, the letters we had indicated it was not a clean or well-run store.
I would significantly disagree with that. Mr. Singh is often outside sweeping the front of the store. He's very proud of this store, takes great care of it. I don't think that's accurate at all. And I visited all of the 4 closest stores. I was unaware of Creative Liquors, but I spent a good portion of my day going to all the other stores in the area, and they are significantly different stores. They're in different areas. Niagara Falls is a unique town because of the attraction of the falls. So we have a large tourist destination, which has sort of one segment of the population. There's a large casino there, and then there's also a local area, which is where Mr. Singh's store is, which is Pine Avenue. And the district of Pine Avenue that we're located in is commonly referred to as Little Italy. It's joined on each end by large signs sort of denoting that you're in a specific business area. And Wedge Liquors, which is the other store that provided opposition on Pine, is out of that district. They're a store that you would drive to. My client's store is more walking traffic. They have a very large parking lot. They have 3 or 4 cash registers. It feels like a grocery store, and we're a mom and pop store that's literally run by a husband and wife and no one else.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, I'm Joel Daniels, co-counsel. I join, of course, in Mr. Prokowski's explanations of what happened with our previous application. I just want to make the point that the applicant and his wife are immigrants. The applicant came here 30 years ago. He's a very, very hardworking guy. He drove a cab and cleaned for 10 years, saved his money. He came here in 2011. He bought this liquor store. He and his wife operate it. As Mr. Prokowski explained, it's a mom-and-pop operation. They work 7 days a week. They work over 70 hours a week, sometimes 80 hours. They keep the place as clean as possible. They even live just, I think, 3 blocks away. So they're all the time. This is their life. They run this store. They do their best. Pine Avenue is a very, very busy area. I'm down there quite a bit because I go to the courthouse over there, and there's certainly room for the store. And again, we've been there since 2011. We're very, very successful. We have 300, I don't know if it matters to the board, but we have $345,000 in inventory that's been sitting there. We've been canceled for the last 2.5 months. I believe our loss in gross sales is well over $200,000. So respectfully, we would ask the commission to approve our license. And outside of those issues that we had, which resulted in our cancellation, there were no other problems at this store. We weren't cited for any other violations. They're very, very good people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Held, this story, this Creative Liquor
Yes.
that was just licensed, when it was licensed and approved, was the store open at that time?
You're talking about the liquor? Yes, it was.
Yes,
Let me get
okay.
back to that screen.
It was, Jackie?
Yes, it was. You're just, again, waiting for the system. It was the closest store listed. And it was reporting somewhere around 1.4 million in gross sales.
This place was.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Any other
Can I take,
questions?
no, can I take 2 minutes, though?
It was over.
Do you have any other questions? Go ahead. We'll be with you in a minute.
All right.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yes.
I'm looking at the other stores. Seem to be, the closest one seems to be just about holding their own. The second one, we have didn't report anything. The third and the fourth seem to be declining. And we also just licensed another one, which just picked up their license November 1st. So I'm not sure there's a public convenience and advantage to be met, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I would have voted to approve. I would have required him to take an ATAP course within the next 6 months, because I think he's new to the business, and probably that's what occurred here. Commissioner Ford is correct. The sales of the third and fourth closest are declining, and we did just license another one, but since we did license the other one while he was open, I don't see that anything has changed since then, but I'm willing to approve, but because it's a split vote, it's denied.
All right, the next item, Buffalo, is 2430 River Rock Liquor, Inc.
Go ahead. Good morning, Commissioners. Frank Latempio III, attorney representing River Rock Liquors, and Mr. Fawood Mathur.
Dave Dezak, representative.
Can you explain to me why,
Go ahead.
first, I guess, why we need another liquor store when there's one 331 feet away? And it's particularly a bulletproof liquor store?
To a point, that is true, Chairman.
Which we actually just licensed in August, the one that's 331 feet away.
That is true. That was the second week of August, I believe, that was approved. However, we submitted this application prior to the approval.
Actually, it submitted, it got filed with us on 8/21, and we issued that license on 8/11. So it wasn't really prior, it was very close, but.
Well, it was, as per certified mail, it was sent on August 1st.
Well, that's not, it doesn't matter. It's kind of irrelevant. We're here today, so.
And was received on the 19th of August from the Liquor Authority. So we kind of crossed, between the approval of that license and the submission and the Liquor Authority physically having it. The next question that you had was, why do we need another liquor store there? Within a mile or so, there are 5 different thruway exits from the 190, which is, a main road here, as the chairman knows, as he lives in Buffalo. So there's an awful lot of traffic over there, and between the crossing of the application and so on, and the traffic that goes by, we feel that we should be able to get a license approved.
Yeah, and if I could talk.
First, to get back to the crossing of the application, because that application was approved in August, it means that we received it
In April. It went to the.
So that there's no crossing of the application. That application was filed long before yours.
I understand that.
So it's not, so that's not really a relevant point. So that doesn't really get back to the question I did have, is why do we need a bulletproof store that's within 350 feet of another one?
Well, if I can comment, so as David said, there are 5 major exits on that throughway for the 190 in that area. That Niagara area, the Riverside area, is now becoming a critical mass area. There's a tremendous amount of redevelopment in that area, including if you go to a lot of the foreclosures, sales in Buffalo as of recently, the entire west side and Riverside area is being bought up and redeveloped. There is a tremendous amount of companies moving down there. A couple of bakeries have moved down there. So there is a critical mass coming back to that area, which is requiring, if you're looking at convenience, where our store is located is on Niagara Street,
Chairman,
right in that critical mass area where there is a
hold on
tremendous
for a
amount of
second, hold
development.
on for a second. We have several people here in opposition.
All right, well, I'll let him finish, and then we can listen to him. Go ahead.
So this is an area that is becoming more populated. It's becoming an area that is more populated not only by residential, but by commercial development in that area. You've had a number of breweries open up there. You have a number of restaurants. There's a major sushi restaurant, Sun Restaurant, right down the street from this area. You have a Mexican restaurant down that has recently opened up. So this is becoming a critical mass area that is getting a tremendous amount more traffic than it did even a year ago.
So then what, so with all this development and all the traffic and all the business and all the residential activity going on, why do we need a bulletproof store? How is that convenient for anyone?
If I can address that, is the store has counters, if you see on the diagram, that kind of wrap around. The applicant has no problem whatsoever, after explaining to him, he has no problem whatsoever putting a display in the middle of the floor. There are no bulletproof windows, no bars, no anything like that at all whatsoever.
No, but the customers can't go in and pick up the products.
Well, there'll be a display in the middle of the floor they can pick from products. He will put a display in the middle of the floor.
Okay, do you have any questions?
No.
We'll hear from the opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Sean McKenzie, appearing with the principals of Buffalo Wine and Spirits, Andreas Emanuel and Hari Barakat. As was pointed out, this license for their store was just issued in August, and they opened their doors on August 21st, which is why they only had a week and a half of sales to report by the time their gross sales letter came in. Also, as was stated, from door to door, I believe they measured it at 331 feet.
Are they on the same side of the street?
Same side of the street, sir. Yes.
When did they apply? When did they apply for the license?
This application was submitted, and I represented Buffalo Wine and Spirits in their application. It was submitted on April 4th and received by the authority on April 10th of this year.
So when they applied, this store was previously open. The licensee, this location was, because it was licensed from 310 to 517. So it was open when they applied, correct?
There was not a liquor store in that location when my clients applied. Their location is 2067 Niagara Street.
Which location are you talking about? The applicant's location?
Yes, it said.
Excuse me, if I may say.
It was never, this premise was never licensed.
The premises that he has is 2045. I don't know why the address that you have, but it's 2045 Niagara Street.
Yeah, no, we have it.
And my client, AA and HB Corp, DBA, Buffalo Wine and Spirits, is 2067 Niagara Street. Same side of the street, 330 feet from door to door. So, and I would submit, and there is not another store within a mile. And I would submit that the gross sales of the other closest stores, although we're getting into the busy season, Gambino's has gone from 1.2 million to under 200,000 since the opening of Amherst Liquors, and the word is that they intend to close after the holidays. Even Amherst Liquors, which is by
But
all.
we don't have anything from Gambino.
What did you say the numbers were for Gambino?
The numbers that I received in my FOIL request for Gambino, Gambino gross sales were 1.213 million in 2013, and as of September 1 of this year, were 122,000.
That's way off from what was reported
They own a grocery
at the
store.
prior application.
What'd you say, Jackie?
That was not what was reported for AA and HB's application.
No, that's not AA and HB, that's Gambino. That's
I
the next
understand
area.
that, but in AA and HB's application, when we solicited for the gross sales, those numbers that you read were not reported to us.
Okay, I don't know about that, ma'am.
Significantly lower.
I'm reading the gross sales letter that I received from the SLA yesterday, from Gambino, in pursuant to River Rock's application.
It's already been, they've already dealt with it, yeah, so. Okay. But Gambino is still open as far as you know?
As far as I'm aware, yes. In looking at Amherst Wine Partners, the Wegmans store, their sales, if you extrapolate out for 2017, would be the lowest since they opened.
Well,
Now,
how are you figuring that? Oh, I see, okay, we're in August, okay.
Yes, sir. And I understand that if you extrapolate that out for a full year, their sales would be just over 6 million. Now, I understand that you see a spike around the holiday season, but to me, that doesn't scream that the area needs another liquor store, particularly one 330 feet from one that was licensed within a couple months.
Okay, anything else?
No, I think that's all we have. Thank you very much for your attention this morning.
Anything you want, anybody else there? Anything you guys want to add?
I think there's one more. Is there anybody else in opposition?
There's no one more.
No.
No.
Anything you want to add?
I think that we would simply add that the store being opened is owned by the Mansour family with the property. They also own that property, commissioners, which I think adds to the value of that property.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
If I just may say one last thing, in regards to the store in of itself, so you have the diagrams, it would not be a problem in actually putting up a display over there. We went through the traffic and all that, but the applicant has invested a considerable amount of money to have a business there that's actually going to be, or is going to add to the appearance of the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was wrong here. I had the wrong person here for surrendering a license, so my mistake. Any other questions?
No.
Chairman? I don't see how public, go ahead.
I'm sorry, one last time. In regards to the distance from the applicant and the liquor store next door, it's not something that's really unusual because as there are two liquor stores down the street, just a few blocks, there are only 150, 200 feet apart. And
I don't believe I put them there, though. So there is a
Well-
difference.
well, there's one at 422 Niagara Street, two separate liquor stores, and one at 351.
I'm not arguing that, I'm just telling you, I don't think I did it, but,
You didn't. This was for you.
Yeah.
I remember the addresses.
all right.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. I don't see how, we just licensed a store to just open a football field away 2 months ago. I just don't see how any public convenience and advantage is met here, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well for the same reason. I mean, if there was some, it's basically it's not bulletproof, but it's certainly set up so that the public can't even come in and handle the alcohol. I realize he's willing to change that, but it is 300 feet from a store, 350 feet from a store we just licensed that literally has been open for 3 months. Not even 3 months, 2 months. And I just don't see how there is any public convenience and advantage of putting another one on the same street, on the same side of the street. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
All right, the
All right,
next.
thank you. Oops,
Next
sorry.
item in Buffalo is 2441, Angelica Tea Room LLC.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chanel McCarthy here on behalf of Angelica Tea Room, and I have with me one of the principals, Mr. Harry Zemsky. This is an application, as the board is aware, for a change in the method of operation, simply to remove a closing time stipulation that was imposed by the board at the time the license was issued. The board may recall that the prior operators of this particular premise location had some issues. Obviously, as we advised the board previously in a 500-foot hearing, there are no issues. There's no connection between the prior operators and Angelica, and they're operating a high-end, classic cocktail establishment that serves petite food. We've provided pictures in the menu and also pictures of the interior. You can see that this is really a high-end establishment, not a nightclub that lends itself out to promoters or other problematic operations.
What's the music they want to have? The live music? It's live, right?
Yes, and as we put in the original application, it would just be on occasion small jazz-style quartets. Right now, I think it's limited to 1 or 2 band members, and as you might imagine, that can, really limits their scope of who they can hire. At this point, they don't have any live music. They would just like the opportunity, if there's a quartet or something that they'd like to book.
And when does the music typically end, if they were to have it? Like what time would it stop?
Right, they don't have music at this time, Chairman.
No, but you're asking for a 4 a.m. closing. Is the music going to go to 4 a.m.?
Live music. Live music. No, it would not,
So what, give me an hour approximately.
What time would you want live music? 2 a.m. The music is not the main issue that they're concerned about. What they're mostly concerned about is being able to extend their operating hours.
I'm trying to give you everything you're asking for. That's the point I'm making.
No, I understand. Thank you.
Have you had any complaints? Do we have any complaints? Is Miss Gallagher in the room there?
I'm here.
Do we have anything on these guys?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'll approve it.
Thank you.
And 2 a.m. music ends, though.
And 4 a.m. closing time?
Yes, but we
Thank you.
still have the vote.
You do have the support of Captain Robert Joyce of the Buffalo PD. So,
That's correct.
I will vote to approve as well, with bands getting done at 2. As someone who plays in a band, I hate playing till 4, so 2 is good enough. That's why I don't do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, the last item in Buffalo, 2494, Steelhead LLC.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
2494.
State your name, please.
Oh, my name's Fred Lockwood. I'm the owner of Steelhead LLC. And the first thing I'd like to say is please excuse my extreme ignorance in this case. I have very little idea of what's going on because I've been able to get very little help. I'm here today to request an adjournment because I have spoken with attorneys who will be my attorney, and I just need 30 days to get them retained and cover this case.
You don't want to try to settle it today?
Well, I don't know what I'm doing, sir, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay, all right, so give him, is December 20th enough time?
Yes, that would be fine.
12/20.
12/20, December 20th?
I could have saved you the attorney fee, but whatever.
Well,
No,
would you like
look,
to,
I'm more comfortable if you go get an attorney, so.
okay,
So it's over to December 20th.
okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Michelle, I have nothing else in Buffalo?
There's no other items in Buffalo.
All right, we're going to move to Albany. You have 2440 Liquor King, Inc. It's my understanding that we have opposition present, but not the applicant.
Yes, sir.
Hold on a sec, please, so I can see what this is. All right, we'll give him another 20 minutes. Call the next one.
All right, the next item, 2439 Liquor World of Syracuse.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Kirandeep Nafri.
My name is Gurneek Singh. I'm husband of Kirandeep Nafri.
Why the liquor business?
We are very, I'll let her speak.
Well, I assume you're both on this, right?
No, just.
No,
just-
her. Yeah, I'm just getting her, I'm just helping her getting established and getting up and running.
What do you do?
I'm in the transportation business.
Okay, go ahead. Ma'am, why the liquor business?
I'm very passionate about this business. Actually, when I sold my last business, I always want to open a liquor store. That's why, and this is, I think, the right time and right place.
Where'd your passion come from?
She's been in the retail business for the last 6
I'm
years.
asking her, you're just here to help her set it up, remember?
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah,
Local wineries.
actually, I want to represent the local wineries, New York State local wineries, and
Well, like what ones?
Finger Lakes.
Okay. Do you still own the India Bazaar of Syracuse?
No, sir.
Any of your family own liquor stores?
No,
No relatives?
no.
No, no close relatives
No
in
close
New York,
relatives.
anything. Not in California, we do have relatives own liquor stores.
But none in Syracuse?
No.
Not in Syracuse, no, sir. He's very passionate about the liquor store because it catches her interest into different flavors of wines and.
Yet she
different-
can't even name a winery in the Finger Lakes.
I mean, you put it on a spot, but there's
Yeah.
like Flying Owl. There's.
I'm not asking you, I didn't ask you. Well, she's here to talk, not you.
Okay.
Why does this store need to be 9,000 square feet?
Half of the store we want to use for retail and half of for the storage, and we have a different tasting room.
It's going to be
And
about,
what services are you going to provide that the other stores aren't providing, the closest stores? You have 4 stores within 2.4 miles. What are you going to do that they're not doing? Some of them are as big or bigger than you.
The one is very near to us. It's like a very small store. There is one on Erie. We won't have any.
The one on Erie is 11,000 square feet. How is that small? That's the closest store.
That's the liquor square, sir. Yeah, the 690 gets in the way and it divides the community. So it doesn't really help the East Syracuse community to.
The question that I asked her. Hey, can you sit down for a second?
Okay, I'm sorry.
And if I have any questions for you, I'll ask you.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
So the question I asked you was why. I even forgot what the question was now.
Why was it so big?
I asked that, yes. Why does the store need to be 9,000 square feet? But that wasn't what I was on the. Yeah, what are you doing differently than the other stores that are nearby?
Yeah, we have a different, like a tasting room, like 25% we want to represent like local wineries. That's why. And the other store on Erie, I mean the liquor store, that's so far from our store. But on the Erie, that's totally different way. Like our one is for East Syracuse. And it's very near to the like big Walmart, Home Depots, very close to us.
Do you have any experience in the liquor industry?
No, sir, I don't have any experience.
Are you going to run this store yourself?
Me and my husband's gonna help you, and we're gonna hire some people. They have experience.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'm pretty familiar with that area. That's a pretty busy road. It's opposite
Yes.
Walmart.
Yes, sir.
And he is correct that 690 kind of divides the area between where Liquor Warehouse is, which is on Route 5 Erie Boulevard, which is a double divided road, and it's also a busy corridor that I think has no relationship at all to where they're being, where you're proposing to locate.
Is that your husband that's with you?
Yes.
Now he can stand up. What? Do you have any experience in the liquor industry?
I've been drinking liquor for a very long time. Yes, sir. I know all about the liquors.
That'll get you a job here. That's how I got hired. So, yeah. Why aren't you on the license too?
She's an independent woman. You know, she ran her.
She sounds it.
Yeah, she ran her store for 6 years. She did a very good job, all the customer service experience she has. So she really wants to get into the retail business, selling liquor. She's self-confident. She wants to do this on her own. It's totally her idea to start it. So I'm just, I'm going to be, just the sidekick, I guess, to help her with the business. And I'll be there helping her, stocking and running the cash registers and everything else. So, I mean, that's how we did it in the last business that she had, the Indian Bazaar, which is very successful. It's still running after she sold it a year and a half ago. And they're doing great business.
What percentage of New York products are you gonna have?
We're going to have the wine selection. We're going to have minimum at least, we're planning on 25% or more
of your wine.
New York wineries.
Okay.
All right, anything else, Chairman?
No.
There's no protest, and knowing where your location is, I definitely think there's a public convenience and advantage to be met because of that traffic corridor. So I have a little concern about your lack of experience, but maybe that can become overcome by enthusiasm, and I would suggest that if you help her, sir, just keep it legal, and I'm going to vote to
Definitely.
I will vote to approve. Oh, and ATAP training. want to stick that in there. I'm requiring that you take that.
No problem, we can take care of that.
You know what that is?
I heard about it, but I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I can definitely find out. Google has answers for all that.
Go to our website.
Okay, sir.
I mean, he could have just sent you to school for 4 years. You probably should have asked that question.
Yeah.
I'll approve on the same grounds that that both of you take ATAP training within the next year, and that based on your representation, at least 25% of your wine inventory is New York-based wines, given that you have a New York tasting room.
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
25%?
25, that sounds good to me.
You want to take care of the other matter in Albany?
Yes, are they here?
No.
No,
Just-
sir.
That's the opposition.
Okay.
All right. 2440, Liquor King, Inc.
So we just have opposition?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name's Regina Gravani. I'm assistant manager.
And my name's Amanda Ryan. I am the manager of Butterfly Liquors.
What liquors?
Butterfly Liquors
Okay.
in Baldwinsville, New York.
Yeah, so I don't really think we need to hear from you since the applicant's not here. They were required to show that there is some public convenience and advantage to putting another liquor store 427 feet away from you guys. They're not here to show that, and I don't think they could have anyway, so I'm going to vote to deny on public convenience and advantage.
Thank you.
So will there be another hearing on this, sir, or what is this?
There's still got to be a vote.
Okay.
The other store, I read here somewhere that they're moving.
What other store?
The one that's 427,
No, this is them.
no, the one, the closest one.
You're the closest store, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you moving? Where did I read it?
No.
No, we are not.
No,
We're
he-
in the
they-
same plaza as the other liquor store that's trying to open up in our same River Mall Plaza.
The applicant indicated that he heard rumors that Baldwinsville Liquor was threatening to move, but we don't have an application for that.
No.
No, we're not
There's no
moving.
such thing.
No, not you,
All right, then
someone else.
I'm going to vote
Oh,
to deny as,
okay.
vote to deny as well.
Thank you. Now you can ask your question.
Okay, I just don't feel this would be in the
No,
best
no,
interest.
you asked
no,
if there's
do you
going
have
to
any
be a
questions?
hearing.
Oh, no,
That-
I'm
We just
sorry.
denied the application. They can ask for
When will the vote?
The vote just took place.
Denied.
She can answer your questions there. Thank you.
Okay, we're done with Albany. Now to New York, where the first item is 2437, El Mexicano Mini Mart Corp.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Robert Romano. I'm here with Rafael Lupian, who is the applicant, and we're here before you, I assume, because Mr. Lupian has been mentioned in a prior cancellation and bond of this premise. We're here to answer any questions. Mr. Lupian, who I've gotten to know over the last several weeks, has not been familiarized with the rules and regulations pertaining to availing and how a license should be held and who should hold it. He had been given what
He's got three of them, though, doesn't he?
He has, well, no, he has, right now he has one other license, which he just picked up last week at another mini mart, another AX license.
What, he doesn't own La Bandera?
No, those were all disapproved.
They were disapproved.
Oh, I see, okay.
Okay.
I'm reading the wrong thing.
But he
Okay.
had, I will tell you, he had gone to an accounting firm in the Bronx. I could name them on the record if you'd like.
No,
I know.
I'm sure they'd
I know.
be happy about that.
That's exactly why I'm, but if need be, I'm willing to name them on the record. But he had been given incorrect advice along the way. He had literally been told that he could operate under the previous licensees, under the at that time existing license, and had been doing so for a period of time. He's here to answer any questions, be as transparent.
What, so we disapproved 3 licenses over the last...
Two.
No,
La Bandera twice, so...
We were disapproved for failure to comply.
Oh, okay, that's what I was going to ask. They're all for failure to comply, they weren't for this avail?
Right, and he had been,
The one that is listed as being pending was conditionally approved in Albany on 10/24.
Say that again?
The note that there's a pending application.
Yeah.
For, had been approved by Albany on 10/24
Oh, by the board.
by the licensing board. Probably should not have been.
so,
Oh, I'm probably going to give him.
Should have.
Right, yeah, I get that.
so Mr. Lupien is his first job is working in construction, heavy construction. He works on the new Tappan Zee Bridge, actually, among other things, and as such, was not familiarized with all the rules and regulations pertaining to availing.
But so, correct me if I'm wrong, but the information I have is that he applied for this place initially, got rejected by us,
Right.
and then operated it anyway with the old license.
No. As soon as he was told he was not, you can explain what the accountant told
Well,
me.
what's the availing charge? It looks like it went on for a year, based on what I see.
It did, without his knowledge that he was doing anything incorrect.
Well, he knew he got denied.
And
No,
then,
no, I did not, I didn't, personally, I didn't know I was denied. I went with the,
speak to the microphone.
I went with the accountant that was supposed to give my liquor license, and whenever she didn't do her job right, paperwork, she never let me know what was going on until I actually got a.
So you closed on the store thinking you actually got a license?
When I initially applied for my license, which was back in September of 2015, I submitted a license for both locations, which one of them never had liquor in it. It's not having had liquor in.
By liquor, beer.
Yeah, by a beer. And the president, Del Mexicanos had beer. And when I applied for my license, when I went to the accountant, the advice that was given, my first question was, can I keep selling beer? And the person said, yes, you can keep selling beer. You will get your license in 1 to 3 months. This is my first business with beer in it. And then when I got the letter from the SLA saying that, that my name was mentioned and the prior owner was mentioned, I went back to the accountant and I asked her if I could keep selling beer. They said yes. Come to find out, I get a bounce check, not a bounce check, I get a check from the liquor authority, my $500 back, because now I knew I couldn't have liquor. That's when I called Robert and to see what was going on, to find out.
So
what
you
was going on.
sold for a year, but you're saying you sold for a year thinking that your license was still pending, and
Charges didn't go out to 2017. I mean, if he's talking about the return check, that might be the return check for the prior licensee. Deli Corp.
And it was,
Probably. Yeah, so I mean, there's some overlapping going on here.
Okay.
but he did so without any malice for, he did so without, there was no attempt to conceal from this authority what he was doing. He was simply given erroneous information from this accounting firm and from this particular person. He is licensed now. There's no reason he personally would be disqualified.
Well, you just heard he's licensed, but he probably shouldn't.
Well, I'm saying
He
he's
probably
not-
should be, it probably should have come here, but
But he's not,
that's done, so.
okay, but there are no disqualifying factors personally that Mr. Lupien has.
Right.
So how many stores does he have now? Just 2?
2, correct.
And the one that we just conditionally licensed,
Well, it's actually licensed.
or that we licensed, had been licensed previously, or never licensed?
That was not under my ownership, was never licensed.
I know not under your ownership, but prior to you buying it, was it licensed?
No, they had.
Okay, so, and this one was licensed.
This one's licensed, correct.
All right. Well, I'll accept your explanation, I'll approve.
I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt and approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I did explain to Mr. Lupien that in case this were to occur and he were to approve, he will be judged very carefully by
Yes.
this authority, so.
As is everyone.
Correct. I'll speak in 1 minute.
Next item, 2468, Nina's House, Inc.
Robert Romano again for the licensee. I submitted a no contest plea in the amount of $4,000.
What number is this, Tom?
2468.
I got a no contest default. We didn't get a plea. When did you put the plea in?
September 27th. It was done fax and
And what was it?
4,000.
All right, I'll accept.
Accept.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a nice day.
Next item, 2487, Wing Soho LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner
morning.
Donald Bernstein, on behalf of the applicant. With me is Lauren Cassim, who is one of the co-founders of The Wing. The Wing is a relatively new brand that Lauren and her partner created. It's a multi-purpose co-working and creative space designed for women. Men are permitted.
Okay, so let me stop you though. Mr. Booth, you here for this? Yes. Okay. So let him.
Oh, you
yeah.
want?
Actually, I'd like some clarity on what the application.
Oh, all right, then you can go first. I don't really.
Well, the application, as Mr. Booth knows, is for a restaurant. This is on the 5th floor of a building, and the total space consists of a restaurant in the front, and then in the back, totally separate from it, is co-working space. We originally intended to license the entire space, which I think was about 9,000 square feet, but there are zoning restrictions in Soho, and food and beverage component has to be under 5,000 square feet. So we went back, and what we did is we decided just to license about 3,500 square feet. So you get to the 5th floor, it is a restaurant there, it has a full kitchen, it has a full menu. It is actually open now, obviously not serving alcoholic beverages, but it's open now serving food. And the co-working space in the back that is separate and separated by a locked door is not being licensed.
Oh,
Now,
so do you have to be using this place to go here?
It is open to the public in that, yes, the answer is yes, but you can, for $40 for a charge, you can go in there.
What is
It's like a cover charge. Co-working space is where you can, if you want to use it as your office, you can rent space, you can use space there. There's common
So
working
that,
space.
and what's the charge per day, $40?
It would be $40, you can use the restaurant, you can use that, or you can buy a monthly membership, which is about 200 some odd
So how
dollars.
is that not a club?
It's not a club because you can walk in that day and go in that day. It is not an application that has to be vetted. It is
Pay your
no
40
different
bucks
than a
and
cover, it's no different than a cover charge. If I go into a nightclub at night or a place that has music and dancing and they say we want a $50 cover fee door charge, that is considered open to the public. As long as you can go in from the street and get in, it's considered open to the public. And I think
Say
that
it's
has been expressed by the
primarily geared
authority.
toward women, but men can
Yes.
come in
There
too?
was
Yes.
one caveat to that. I mean, there was an application not too long ago where the member said that the.
Yes,
Which I
that
think
was-
it was his application, it was his
That
application.
was $600 a day charge, so.
But you're making it sound though there's a blanket rule that's okay. There is a little caveat to that. That if it's so expensive.
Yes,
Yes.
I think that was the ruling, I think that ruling was that at $600 a day, the public is deemed discouraged from coming in. But I think, Mr. Chairman, in connection with that application, you asked Deputy Commissioner Held about daily charges, and she said, yes, there are places that have cover charges. So, I mean, if that presented a problem, we can resolve that right here. But that's the
Well,
intent.
that probably is the least of your problems.
Well,
The other problem, and I'm sure I know it's going to come up, is explain to me how you're getting a C of O.
We have an LNO, we have it. We have a letter of no objection.
I don't have it.
We gave it, we submitted a letter to you on November 3rd. We submitted it to the secretary.
Came in late, we got it, I have it. Yeah.
So the letter of no objection covers that
It's
floor.
on the
Now,
back. It should be the last item you have on your supplemental
Oh,
material.
I generally don't look.
The only, what's very important that I want to express is that there were no objections. You have to understand, this place has no outdoor space. It closes at 11 p.m. It has no live music, no DJ. It is a restaurant. There are 4 licenses within 500 feet, one of which is Bloomingdale's, the other is a catering facility, I think the Culinary Institute. None of the 500-foot rule concerns that you normally deal with, traffic, saturation, noise, congestion, none of those are present. None of those were basis of the objection. The community board's sole objection was, we don't think you're going to get an L&O. We think you're doing an end run around the zoning by reducing the size of the space, which is really a disingenuous argument. We have the L&O, and the fact is, The authority routinely accepts applications without an LNO or C of O, and issues approval subject to.
No, but this brings up unique circumstances in that the space was 100% being used by one business, and now it's been segregated, and it's, I mean, your theory is it's now two separate businesses, and I think the question that he's going to raise, is that actually true?
Well, it's two separate spaces, and the floor plan shows them.
How do you get into this restaurant?
You take an elevator from the ground floor, and it goes right up into the restaurant.
And how do you get into the office space?
So there is a locked door, and you need to have a key or like a key fob in order to get into that space. And there's staff on both sides. There's staff in the restaurant, and there's staff in the co-working space to make sure that alcoholic beverages don't go from one to the other. It's not a problem. It's not difficult to do. We'll have a sign on the door as well saying no alcoholic beverages beyond this point.
So does the elevator on this fifth floor dump you to some shared area that you go left for the restaurant, right for the shared space? How does that work?
Shared area, and then you go into the restaurant, and then there's a blocked point where that becomes the workspace. That's the point where there's that security to ensure that no one brings in anything past that.
And what are the hours of the two? Are they the same or different?
They are the same, and it's actually
Which is
you know,
what?
11's at the very latest. Like we're right now.
What time's it open?
We're right now closing at 9 p.m. It's open at 8 a.m.
8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And how long have you been running the restaurant?
So we just opened this location a week ago.
Then they also have another location that's licensed on 20th Street.
And we just got passed by the other.
And we also are will be applying for a new location in Dumbo. We were just before Community Board.
When did that get licensed?
About a year ago.
Did I do that, or it never came here?
It was approved by Community Board 5. It never came here. We were just before Brooklyn Community Board 2 on a new location in Dumbo, which they loved the concept and approved that as well. This is on the scheme of license applications where you've got some very difficult quality of life 500-foot rule issues. This one doesn't have any of those. And by virtue of the issuance of the letter of objection by the Department of Buildings, the concern about zoning and legal use is, we believe, fully satisfied. The Department of Buildings makes clear that eating and drinking is permitted.
Okay, let me hear from them.
So I'm Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I'd like to actually direct your attention to the letter of no objection that's before you, and what it says. It says that there's no objection to an office, an accessory cafe. The cafe is accessory to the office space. In this particular case, I'm glad there's a little bit of skepticism in looking at this. This has been presented to you as a restaurant, as a standalone restaurant. Right there, that's the issue.
But
it's.
I'm not saying it's not, but why wouldn't we do it like we do everything else and make it conditional?
So one of the what this was presented to us, that they would be opening a new cafe and a workspace, that the restaurant cafe would be associated with the co-working space is before you, that it was presented to us as a private club. You've gone through those discussions. The description of what was presented to us as the dividing line, which you just heard about, is restricted access to a separate area of the floor that's not part of the licensed premises, which is through locked doors only, operable via keycard access system. That's the wrong direction. An accessory cafe, you should not have to go through a keycard system to get into the rest of the floor. And additionally, I think that in a work environment, in an office environment, I don't think that hard spirits are necessarily conducive to that in an accessory cafe. And the way that this is being presented, it's trying to shoehorn into a location where this use shouldn't be allowed to exist. And I think that accessory cafe is the type of thing that you might have a
we get
small-
back, and you and I argue about this all the time, but we get back into the fact that you may be right. I'm not saying you're not, but we make it conditional on them getting the appropriate evidence from the Department of Buildings. I'm not going to enforce the Department of Building law.
Okay, but one of the things, you're not enforcing the law, but it's an interpretation, accessory cafe. you've been presented with an application for a standalone restaurant with a full-service kitchen, with a chef.
In which case,
That's
I mean, is this
inconsistent
sufficient for
with-
you?
It's still under a use group.
No,
6.
not yet.
It's still under a use group 6, yes.
I mean,
it is.
this.
So it's under use group 6. She's indicating to me that it's fine,
But what I'm saying is that.
under our interpretation.
Well, have you guys consulted with your Department of Building liaison regarding this? Because this is not a straightforward issue, and.
But that's my point. If it's not, and there's a restaurant there, whether we put liquor there or not, if the restaurant is there illegally, according to the Department of Building's interpretation, then they need to do something about it.
The letter of no objection is not a permit for a full liquor license.
It's not a permit, but
what it is that it shows that they can have an eating and drinking use with a cafe that's accessory to an office space.
Right, but what you're telling me, the argument you're making, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that what they're describing is not an accessory cafe.
That's correct.
So if there is no liquor there or there is liquor there, it doesn't matter. You can go to the Department of Buildings and saying, this is not a qualified use, you need to shut it down. And I'm not enforcing their laws, and I've said this
I
to
don't
you
agree
100
with you
times.
in that I think that the accessory cafe to an office space, once you're introducing hard liquor, a stand-up bar, serving over that bar to your patrons, I think that that's no longer an accessory use. If you have
Well,
an
then I
accessory-
disagree with you. It's either an accessory cafe and they're doing it wrong, or they're doing it right. Whether the liquor there to me is irrelevant.
You know, we've discussed this before, and I'll say it again. You know, when you walk into a licensed premises in our area, the distinction between what is a bar and what is a restaurant, when you walk in and you look at the elements, is a very different. It depends on how it's being used. In this particular case, the usage is changing when you have a stand-up bar serving hard alcohol. I mean,
You just changed your argument, though. You basically were arguing that this is not an accessory cafe because there is a locked door between the office space and the cafe.
That's right.
Well, if that's the improper use, it's improper whether I put alcohol there or not. If your definition is correct.
We're not disagreeing, but what we're here.
So then it's your job, the community board's job, to go to the Department of Buildings and say this is not a qualified use.
I think actually it would be both the Liquor Authority and the Department of Buildings.
I disagree with you.
Confer on that to discuss it. I mean,
She's indicating to me that the way that traditionally we deal with this at Group 6, use Group 6, this fits within it. We don't have meetings with the Department of Buildings every time we get an application. It's just not the way it
This is a
goes.
unique application, that's why we're here.
Well, apparently it isn't, because they have another place that they're doing the same thing.
Which was never reviewed or contested or ever asked to look for.
It was reviewed at the community board.
What's that?
It was reviewed at licensing and by the community board.
Are you saying there's secured access to the workspace area but not to the restaurant?
That's correct, and I mean it's supposed to is an accessory use is supposed to go the other direction. You don't restrict the use of the office.
And you may have an argument.
And so I think that it's something that's a little bit more complicated, and I think that's something that would behoove the authority to actually look at more and investigate more, because this is something that you're going to be faced with on a regular basis.
But if your board looks at it more and investigates it more and wins, I don't ever have to look at it again.
We have other applications.
Or if you lose, I don't ever have to look at it again.
We have other applications before us that are co-working spaces, and when you walk through that space, when you go into it, it feels like an office. There are corridors. There are offices to the sides. If you look at the pictures, which you probably don't have before you, about the co-working side of the space, it is an open floor plan layout. It is not separate offices. They're not hallways. It's a very different thing. And this is the point that what we're making is that there is a continuum, and this is beyond the continuum of what should be considered for licensing, for liquor license.
I understand your point. To get back to the 500-foot issue here, the other aspects of the 500-foot that we're required to look at, you don't have any problem with, as far as traffic, as far as noise, as far as crowd.
Well, I think that there's somebody else here who can address some of those. I mean, those were issues that were addressed. Our main concern here is that you've presented with a standalone restaurant that's open to the public, that is not connected to the office space, and the permit before you is very clear. It's office/accessory cafe. And this is not an accessory cafe. It's not being presented to you that way. And I think that's very clear. And until that issue is looked at, I think this is not a whole space, an accessory,
Given the fact that there is no alcohol there now, and they are operating, have you or your board done anything with the Department of Buildings, filed any complaint?
They just opened.
But
I have no idea if that they just opened. I mean, they had.
Well, you must have known, I mean, granted, the letter's from October 31st, so you didn't have that much time, but have you done anything with the Department of Buildings complaining about the definition and what their use is?
The first application for letter of no objection was denied by the Department of Buildings.
I understand that, but this one is from October 31st.
No, I understand, and we haven't.
So the answer is no, you haven't done anything.
But again, we are not an agency that goes and makes complaints. You keep telling us that we are some sort of an enforcement agency, and we're not.
I'm not telling you enforcement. I'm telling you if you think that they're using the building illegally, it's not my job to fix that.
You're right, but this is not an accessory
And it's not your
cafe.
job to fix it, it's the Department of Buildings.
And the point that we're making is that this application that's before you is not an accessory cafe. It's very
Under your
clear.
definition, I'm going to hear his
I'm-
definition now.
Okay.
And there's another, you can have a second after he's done.
Well, the point I wanted to make is what Deputy Commissioner Held said, is that we submit certificates of occupancy, and use group 6 designation is routinely accepted as permitting eating and drinking, even if the C of O says use group 6 and store and doesn't say restaurant, or says retail. That is regularly accepted as permitting eating and drinking because use group 6 allows for eating and drinking. So if that was a basis for denial, that would be contrary to regular practice.
Okay, and sir, let him go, let the other.
And the last point, before, if you give me another chance, is there were no quality of life issues
Okay.
that were raised.
I don't think he raised any, but he's going to, so you can respond to that.
Good morning. My name is Peter Davies. I am a 37-year resident of Broadway and Soho. I believe you got a lot of letters from emails from neighbors here. This is unique zoning. It is M15B. I believe that is different from the site in near Union Square. Just so you know, the zoning in Soho, we have been working with Commissioner Chandler over the last year or so to clarify and get things in line or figure out what's going on with the zoning in Soho, which has been blanketly ignored and changed and not changed, just violated in numerous ways over the last many years. As of about a year ago, Commissioner Chandler has put his foot down in terms of challenging self-certified paperwork, which is what has been happened. There's been a lot of self-certifications claiming this is in line with that, and therefore we're good, and therefore the permits were issued. That has been found in many cases to be questionable. It's now being adjudicated. It's a long process. I'm just a resident. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a zoning expert. But we are doing what we can to get a balance in the neighborhood.
So can we?
That is our concern here. Yes, that is our concern here. There are buildings with dwelling units directly opposite on both sides, on Mercer and Broadway. There are buildings with dwelling units just to the north. There are buildings with dwelling units just to the south. This, I believe, is the first co-working with liquor application in the M15 that has come before you. So
that could be.
So it is not a standard eating and drinking. What Bloomingdale's has is a small isolated cafe. I believe that maybe the only other upper floor operation on Broadway and Soho is Scholastic, which is a corporate cafeteria type thing for workers that work there. They believe they opened about 10 days ago, and there was a line down the street. They have, according to their the information published, they have 600 members and an 8,000 member waiting list, so I don't know how somebody just off the street is going to be able to access this facility. There is, as of yesterday, paperwork for an event that's taking place over the next 4 days with Chanel for a boyfriend watch event. We're just very concerned. The city planning has made a decision that this should be a mixed-use district. They have granted okays for residential dwelling use on the upper floors. Many of the buildings, if not most, the majority on Broadway, which this building is, 477 Broadway, 52 Mercer, has dwelling units, second floor and above. What we don't have are upper floor liquor uses to any great degree. And now, all of a sudden, in the last 6 months, we're getting applications right and left for upper floor liquor applications, co-working space, whatever they want to be called. So this is an issue that we hope that between you and Department of Buildings and our council member that can be focused on, so the balance is maintained. So that's pretty much what I have. Oh, these buildings are really old. My building was built in 1844. This building, I think, is from the 1860s. They are hollow, held up by cast iron columns. The noise reverberates. The windows are, for the most part, single pane glass. The noise moves through the area. So all concerns.
I understand, appreciate your comments. And
Thank you for your time.
Your input. This restaurant is only proposing to be 66 seats, right? So it's only been open, what, about a week or so, week or two? Is that correct? Yeah.
All right, do you have something? And Mr. Booth, you can get back up in a minute too. Wait, we're going to take a minute after he's done though. Go ahead.
Just the point that no quality of life concerns that are really
Okay, we got that.
have been
I'll let
raised.
you, when you come back, you can go again. We're going to take a minute with council. Okay.
Can I make one clarification?
Yes.
This letter of no objection covers the entire fifth floor. It is not limited only to the restaurant. And in fact, the entire fifth floor is what we have as both the restaurant and the shared space.
No, I understand. It
That's why
doesn't, you're never going to get him to agree to your definition, and I don't know that he should. But it doesn't matter if it was half the floor or the full floor, but let him do his.
The letter of no objection that you have in front of you was applied for by the applicant. And they have freedom to say this is what we would like the letter of no objection to say. It does not say an eating and drinking establishment. It does not say these are the types of letters.
Well, I think a cafe, by virtue of that definition, means eating and drinking. No,
But there's a critical word in front of it, and that's
Well, and
accessory.
he just addressed that, but-
And it's for the whole floor, and this is segregated down into a smaller area. I mean, I just want to point you to one of the things they submitted, this paragraph, explaining, as noted on the floor plan, there is a restricted access to a separate area of the floor that is not part of the licensed premises, which is through locked doors, only operable via a keycard access system, and it goes on. You've read it. That accessory, it's a critical element here. I mean, an accessory to an office space is not hard spirits. You know, I've said these things before, but it's really, they could have applied and had before you a letter of no objection that says eating and drinking facility. What you heard from Mr. Davies in the testimony is we have a significant number of applications that are in front of us that are similar to these for co-working spaces. We have WeWork in front of us. You know, the accessory uses, for example, at WeWork, which is very different, is a cafe area that they want to have, or already have, beer taps and, you know, potentially serving wine at networking events. It's very different than having a full restaurant with a separate
Yeah, I see
kitchen
that
and
as more
chef.
problematic.
So that, I'm not necessarily going to disagree with you, but we had a very respected land use attorney that was before us for WeWork who explained these nuances of what an accessory use is. This is not an accessory use. It's very clearly not an accessory use. It's beyond the line, and that's where our issue is. If you know, I think that it says in our resolution that there might be some consideration if this were a restaurant wine application. There might be some less concerns, but that's really the issue that we have is within the, as you heard Mr. Davies say, licensing upper floors for the service of alcohol, full spirits. You know, it's really an issue, and this it is not, as you often seem to project an image that we are a knee-jerk saying no to things. That's not the case. But in this particular applications before us, we were very skeptical, and we don't think that it meets the requirements, and we would be very willing to consider a slightly different altered model if it didn't include spirits. But in this particular case, this just as presented, I don't think that it's something that should be approved as is presented with a full liquor license.
Okay.
I want to add, I think Mr. Booth contradicted himself. If beer and wine is okay, then the letter of no objection is okay. So we have heard no specific reasons as to why beer and wine would be okay, but liquor is not.
All right, well, we'll just leave it at that.
You have anything further?
No. Well, I do hours of this place or what?
We've asked for an 11 p.m. close. Right now, they close at 9.
And the music situation is what?
Quiet background music, never live, never DJ.
Private parties?
I don't think they're private parties. They had Senator Gillibrand speak at one of their places.
Are men invited to that or no?
You can always come. Always invited.
I wanted to bring up on that one point, that the networking events that they say that the networking events that they say they're going to have are for their members only, and that's, you know, that sort of begs the question of the connectedness of the space.
I'm assuming that a member can be a daily member in any way, shape, or form.
For the restaurant, yes.
And then if you close it, then it's a different story. Okay. Do you want to sit down?
All right. I don't want to start anything here. You have another
No, you go ahead.
All right. I think that I kind of disagree with Mr. Booth. I think Department of Buildings letter isn't as ambiguous as he makes it out to be, and I think they clearly don't have a problem with it. I would stipulate that the hours remain what they are now, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and I would vote to approve under those reasons.
So I mean, the obviously business is changing significantly before our eyes, and this is one of the ways that it is. And I understand the community boards and the public's concerns when we start having restaurants on fifth floors because there's office space there that's being shared, which is obviously a new phenomena. But as a result, I think that we are forced to interpret these things quickly, and I think the Department of Buildings is forced to interpret them quickly, one, so we don't hinder business, but also so we don't negatively affect the public. And I don't see how this is going to negatively affect the public. I think that if it is in violation of the Department of Buildings letter, then that's an issue that the Department of Buildings needs to take up with you, in which case will cause an issue with us.
Understood.
Because it would obviously put you in violation with them, which would then be in violation with us. So I'm not concerned about the operation of this place. I think that these types of businesses are in the public interest. I think having this type of venue within the office spaces is in the public interest. I don't see how it's going to affect any of the factors that I'm required to look at, such as parking or noise or any of the other negative impacts that a business like this could have. So I'm going to vote to approve. I'm going to go to 10 o'clock on the hours, only background music. And the fee can't be more than $40. And it has to be open to the public for that amount.
Understood.
Clarification on one for the record?
Yes.
This would be important if this comes back. Just to be clear that this application that's before the Liquor Authority is for a standalone freestanding restaurant that has been presented to you, and I'm making that clear.
It's being licensed as a restaurant, and it's being licensed as Group Use 6.
But it's a standalone restaurant that's not connected to any other space that's been presented
They
in front
can
of you.
define it any way they want. As far as I'm concerned, it is affiliated with the office space, but it obviously has a separate entrance from the office space. It's within Group Use 6, which is generally what we accept for letters of no objection, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But it is being licensed as a restaurant, not a bar, not a tavern. They're required to have a menu.
Commissioner Ford, you okay with those conditions?
Yes, till 10, all that, yes.
Thank you.
Next item, 2453, Dagiani's Restaurant, Inc.
Good morning. Marconi and Associates by Louis Chisari for the licensee. Before you, I'm asking for reconsideration of a revocation that was issued for failure to pay a fine. My client inadvertently missed this. When he got the revocation letter, contacted me. I immediately contacted Secretary Donahue and took the proper steps to forward the fine. I believe Mr. Ferring already has the fine, and we just asked that the revocation be vacated.
All right, I'll accept.
Accept.
We have the check, okay.
Yes, it was my attorney check.
Next item, 2444, Alina Zabala.
Yes, Your Honor. This is a referral for, it was a default, which I responded to. That's why I'm asking for reconsideration. I responded, I provided my standard letter that I...
Yeah, so I'll grant the reconsideration and send it back to counsel's office.
Thank you.
Grant it back to council.
Next items, 2490, 2491, Chow Hung, Inc.
Your Honor, this is before the board. There are several matters. We've offered a conditional no contest of $15,000 to resolve all the matters, including the one that's currently pending before the Supreme Court as an Article 78.
What's the Article 78 on?
I believe the license was canceled for dancing one health code violation and an unlicensed security guard.
Default and cancellation.
It was default and cancel, I'm sorry, but those were the grounds of the notice of pleading.
And what are they doing about the dancing?
They've now posted bigger signs. They have their security more in
Are they, Jackie, do they have a DJ?
I will take a look.
Do they have a DJ?
I do not believe they have a DJ. I think they have jukebox type music and iPod type stuff.
I mean, they're on the verge.
Yeah.
Look, I get a lot of complaints about this area of Roosevelt. And it's exactly this is what they're complaining about. So what are they open till?
Getting there. The system is extremely slow. We have no music, right?
Mhm.
So we have recorded, no dancing. Hours would have been only if they were volunteered or under stipulation. Let's see if there's something in the 500-foot hearing.
This isn't a karaoke bar, is it?
No, it's not.
And you're asking this to settle everything?
To settle the outstanding.
Well, I don't know, and it doesn't even matter to me what the, well, I guess it does matter.
No, it was maximum occupancy 35, no outdoor areas, no live music, dancing or DJ.
I have explained to them.
32 seats. It doesn't have anything in here regarding their hours.
All right, so I don't know what their hours are, but it's going to shut at 1 during the week and 2 during the weekend. And then you have to agree to this.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm agreeing to it, Your Honor, plus the $15,000 penalty?
Yes, and if they end up back here, that's it.
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask one other thing of the Secretary. They've already given me the fine money in my escrow. If I could get an expedited order so I could just pay it and get it taken care of.
If you want to send it on up tomorrow, that's fine.
That would be great. I would.
Do you want to define the 1 and 2 o'clock closing, what, the weekend? it was Thursday to
Monday
Friday?
through Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, they can stay up until 2.
What about Sunday? Sunday to Thursday?
Sunday through Thursday, yes.
Yep. And it's the last chance for gas for this place too, Counselor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. And I will be sending that up tomorrow.
And then you're going to resolve the litigation.
Well, it'll be withdrawn at this point because now it's resolved. So that cancellation order then would be vacated, I assume, with this?
Yes, it's already been stayed, hasn't it? Or
Yes,
It has
if you
been
say
stayed,
it's rescinded, you'll get a penalty letter, but if you pay by beforehand, that's fine.
Great. And then, of course, I believe it's on for later this month in Supreme Court. It'll be withdrawn at that time. Thank you.
Next item, 2498, 7905 Tavern Corp.
Good morning. Brian Solomon for the licensee. There was a CNC put in for $7,500 originally.
Yeah, and I'm more concerned about what they're doing to straighten the place out, because they have some, since January of 2014, they have some significant history.
I understand. My client, Hernan Rejas, who's the principal of the entity, is actually trying to sell the premises. There actually is a contract for a sales contract. With that, the license is also in safekeeping and has been for several months, pending.
So he's not going to operate anymore?
No, I mean.
So why don't I just cancel it?
Well, again, because there was a SAPA hold put on the license. And again, what happened originally was I was not representing him originally. I think there was a misunderstanding between his prior counsel and counsel for the authority that they were giving him permission to sell the business while the license was in safekeeping. The application was put in, and again, not approved while this was going on. So there has been significant delay.
Well, this one charge is from April of 2017, so that's hardly significant.
That's when the license went on deposit for safekeeping was April 26th.
So if he's selling it whoever buys it is going to end up here because of his history, because I'm going to make them come here. So why don't we just cancel it?
Well, again, because, again, we think, again, based upon his willing to pay significant fine, that was what was suggested, we'd like to do that, again, as a sort of backup in case he can't sell it, then we.
You just told me he is selling
Well,
it.
again, he's in contract, but again, it's conditioned, of course, upon person getting a license.
Well, the number's too low, so that's why, that's the other reason you're here.
No, I understand that, and we're.
Given the past history, you just took a $10,000 fine for a failure to conform to application. We have the same charge a year later, plus disorderly premises, failure to comply with health regulations, and failure to comply with local regulations. So you're not getting 10,000.
Okay, again.
So I'm looking at 15.
You'll accept that?
Will you be looking to reactivate the prior application?
Yes, we'd like to.
Along with the temporary license, temporary permit?
Yes.
I'll have to make.
So you're
make the call on
accepting,
that.
assuming Commissioner
Yes,
Ward,
yeah,
you're
I'm good.
accepting the $15,000 counteroffer?
I'm good
Yes.
with that.
When is the expectation that this will close?
Again, upon approval of the,
Of this?
well, no, upon approval of the new license. The person's not going to start paying rent. Rent is very.
All right, well, that has to come here.
You want the temporary on hold until you make a decision on them, on that application? They have to reactivate it, it has to be reviewed.
Yes.
Everything.
Yeah,
comes
that all has to come here.
Awesome.
I'm sure you're happy about that.
Thrilled.
All right. All set.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item, 2455, Penthouse LLC.
Isn't this kind of early in the day to see you, Mr. Pillow?
This is rough.
He was warned.
This is rough. Good morning. This is offering compromise.
Yeah, you want to say
Just-
something? Yeah.
Just quickly, I promise. I confess that I have not seen the bill of particulars in this case. There's a sale pending. My offer may have been too high. I understand there's an excellent record here.
Yeah.
I
What-
don't know,
what are you-
I don't know anything about the bill of particulars. I was hoping that you might consider a lower number.
A lower,
It's a single charge. I think the place has been licensed for 10 or 15 years.
no,
Without
eight.
incident.
2009, right?
That was the corporate change, 2009?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the number.
License issued 2009 is what I have.
I'm sorry, then it's,
There was a violation back in '09, so there's been nothing since then.
okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm willing to go to 2,000.
Whoa, you're asking for less for this, or you want to get rid of both of them now?
There's another one?
Oh, I thought you said that there was a sale.
No, sir. Oh, the sale of the premises, where
Oh.
temporary permit is.
Oh, okay, I thought you
It's-
said there was a pending sale of,
sorry. I
to a
feel like I
minor.
have to-
All right, I'll accept 2,000.
Sorry?
Has that been filed?
Yes,
Yeah, he
I
already
understand
said
it's
it.
been filed.
2,000.
Tom, can I pay this today?
No.
Thank you.
Next item, 2466.
You are asking that to be reopened if it was disapproved based on the disciplinary,
Yes, please. As soon as I pay it, I will.
please?
2466, 151 Dykeman Corp.
This is a default. I'm asking that it be reopened. Premises have been closed, the license has been in safekeeping. I honestly don't know why it didn't come to the premises, because it was open at that time.
It says it was delivered.
My fault, my guy never got it. I mean, I've seen the bill of particulars. It's a police report without a signature and no summonses.
I mean, what, you don't want to get rid of it right now?
I consider getting rid of it if we could do something reasonable.
I can.
Okay. I was thinking letter of warning.
No. You said reasonable.
I figured you're in a rush.
500?
Morning sign.
Can you live with 500?
I can, certainly can. Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I can live with 500.
All right, so 500.
Next item, 2467 PJ 150 LLC.
This is also a default, but I did interpose an answer and a demand for BP on September 20th. So I'd ask to be returned to council.
I don't know. What is it, 2467?
2467, yep.
You're asking us to be returned to council?
Yes. I don't know anything about the case. I haven't seen a BP, so I can't entertain any kind of ideas about dumping it.
I don't have it. Can I just see yours quick?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't know what I did with it. Why don't we do the same thing here?
I can't, sir. I haven't seen the BP and I haven't discussed it with the
Oh,
client.
it's the same case,
How could it be
and
the
it
same?
got delivered.
I-
No, I mean, it's the same
No, I
fact,
don't-
it's the
I don't-
same facts.
No, I don't doubt it was delivered. I interposed an answer and served the demand for BP.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right, so I'll send it back to council's office.
Thank you. Have fun today.
Yeah.
Next item, 2489, 701 Jules Inc.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is really high. Good morning, Ms. Obremski, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Ms. Health, Mr. Donahue already said hi to me today.
Is there opposition here on this? No.
Mr. Parrish, can you, when you get a chance, introduce who's with you too?
My name's Aurelia Tavares. I'm here for Jules, 701 Jules Inc. The applicant, Danilo, is here, and his son Julian is here, and we also have one of the consultants on the project here, Francisco Perez. This is an application for an on-premise license at 701 West 135th Street, Bar Lounge, 701 Jules. Formerly, I'll excuse the language, it used to be called Fuck It. And,
who approved that?
Yeah, I have. But it's the spelling, P-H-U-K-E-T. It was owned by Fernando Mateo, so that should tell you everything.
He said that, not me.
Uh-huh. The applicant met with the community board last year. They had no objections. We re-notified them just to make sure that the method of operation was correct with the community board, and this is Manhattan Community Board 9. And they sent this objection in after I re-notified them, and the objection, I mean, it's an objection, but it really isn't. They want stipulations which they never presented to the applicant. They never discussed it with the applicant, and the applicant, upon first review of the application with the community board, addressed all these issues. So I guess they want some formal stipulations with the liquor authority, and we have no problem because before they even started this project, the project was vetted by his son, Julian Durian, who is going to be a consultant on this project as well. He used to work for one of the hotels in the city, in Soho, the Soho Grand. He has experience in soundproofing, noise mitigation, and public safety. And we just want an opportunity to agree to some of the stipulations requested by the community board. And I wanted to,
So whose picture, is that him?
no, that's the, he's a fireman. He's actually one of the guys who vetted the location before they went in. He owns the
Why
other
do
two
I have his
locations.
picture?
Because he owns, I don't know why you have that picture, because they probably mix it in, because there's two other locations being licensed right next door.
Yeah, I noticed that. And who's the applicant on those?
Francisco Perez, he's the fireman. He's opening the other two locations on the side. And if you're asking what their relationship is this. The owner, he took the master lease for the three locations, and then he rented it to his nephew, Francisco Perez, which is the fireman, the other two. And that's Fiordalisa, which is going to be...
So you're going to put three clubs right next door to each other on 135th Street?
No, Chairman Bradley. One is a lounge, the other one is a restaurant, and the trophy room is a bar, a sports bar. So the restaurant is a legitimate restaurant, and the trophy room is a legitimate bar, but the lounge, and these aren't going to open all right away. We're anticipating 701 Jules opening in 2 months because of some Department of Buildings. We're amending some of the diagrams with the Department of Buildings. I anticipate the licenses for the two other locations to be approved shortly, because they are, one is a restaurant and the other one is a sports bar. But they're still, in construction and things of that nature. I also wanted to go directly into some of.
What's the employee dancing?
There may be, I didn't want to take a chance, employee dancing, if they have drag, or they have someone come on stage, drag. Because, this is, we also cater to the gay community, and we'd like to provide entertainment for everyone.
Go ahead.
I'm confused here. I'm looking at this letter. One side it says denial, and the other side it says it recommends approval. What am I looking at here?
They're asking for approval if, based on some of the safety and public and quality of life issues. I know it's a very confusing letter.
Where are those stipulations? Because I don't see.
They never agreed.
They're leaving that to us.
Yes. They never discussed it.
So they go through, in the first page, telling us how it's been a scourge on their community in the past, and that the police don't want it because of its history. And then they go on the next page and tell us, well, we can live with it as long as you do all this. It's basically a letter that's completely unhelpful,
And that's putting it.
and I hope they're listening.
I hope not, but
All right.
I just wanted to show you.
He has no experience doing this?
His son, who's going to be a consultant on this project and working with him, has experience. I'll let him talk about his experience in the hotel, a bigger venue, and in
Well,
bar
a
and
consultant,
restaurant
what's a
managing.
consultant? So he's going to come for the opening and then not work there anymore?
No, he's
Manage
going to
it?
work with his father and manage and oversee the three locations, because remember, these locations, that we have security, we have sound, we have noise mitigation, we have a lot of issues that need to be addressed as well, not just the day-to-day operations of the business.
Well, so I don't know that you're going to be able to live with what I would give you here, so you can decide, but there's not going to be any promoters.
Okay.
I'd have a minute,
Yeah.
counsel.
I'm going to vote to adjourn this. I think the police want to be heard on this. I'm also curious to know what the community board means by stipulations. I think it's their job to suggest them to us, not our job to guess what they want. So I'm going to vote to adjourn for those two reasons.
Can you,
I'll reach out to the community board and find out if they can get some clarity on what.
and the police, did we hear from the police department previously?
Yes, we did, but I think it was prior to the application being filed, any application being filed. They had a general opposition, so we're going to just, we matched them up because, again, the application hadn't been filed yet.
All right.
So we wanted to just give them the courtesy of weighing in.
Let me ask you, would more clarity be held if we went to the community board and met with them and then talk to them about what they want and?
Yeah, that would be helpful,
be
but
better?
it also, the police have already reached out to our enforcement here prior to your applying, knowing that you were applying, and they expressed reservations and indicated they wanted to be heard, so that's my main concern. But the community board obviously has concerns that they really haven't articulated, and they certainly could be more clear in what they want us to do with hours, music, things of that nature, which they clearly are concerned about, traffic. So yeah, that would be helpful if you went back to them. So how much time do you need?
I would like to do it right away because we want to, also.
Well, that's between you and them, but it could take them a while.
Well, I actually reached
Can
out.
you get to them before the 21st, or you want it
I
on
can
for the
do
6th?
that. We can meet before December 21st or November 21st?
We have a meeting November 21st and then December 6th.
I'd like November 21st, if that's okay with
And checking with the
members?
30th precinct.
The 30th precinct?
Captain Fedorov, okay?
Captain.
Captain Fedorov.
Okay, I'll do
Thank you.
that.
So 11:21, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Next item, 2446, Floridita Restaurant Uptown 2, Inc.
Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I'm the representative for Sonia Vega Enriquez, Floridita Restaurant.
So this charge was dismissed by the ALJ. I'll dismiss it, but she better, the event still occurred,
Well,
and it was a pretty serious event.
can you just provide some clarity?
No, I'm dismissing it. So we have, you see all the people?
Yes, I see the people, but it was doing non-alcohol.
I just said no.
Okay, all right.
One
okay.
question
All right.
on the application to amend the method of operation. Did you see that in the notes for adding a DJ karaoke jukebox?
Oh, that has to
You
come
want-
here,
it has to
yes.
come here.
So that application has to come here.
So, okay.
2472, MD Cafe Lounge Corp.
Cancellation is what we've offered, Chairman Bradley.
No, it isn't.
So she had submitted cancellation on the other cases she has pending. I just asked that this one be sent back to council.
All right, send back to councils. I'm assuming it'll be the same
Okay, so we'll be back on the calendar again?
with the other cases.
Okay, all right, thank you. Have a good day.
Next item, 2442, Hofstra Petroleum, Inc.
Neil Trivetti, 400 Jericho Turnpike, Suite 318 in Jericho, New York. I'm representing Hofstra Petroleum. I have with me one of the principal of the Hofstra.
Was this place licensed previously?
Yes.
And have you met with the mayor of Hempstead or no?
No, we did not meet. I called them. They also have another application, a gas station across the street. And I've called, there's a lady named Nellie at that phone number. And on a previous one, they did not have an objection. Most of the time, they don't come here. And I've reached out for this particular application yesterday.
And what'd you hear?
I left 2 messages, morning, afternoon. They had no.
What's he doing for underage, to prevent underage sales?
I mean, he's got many other locations.
And he also has some violations. So what's he doing?
Well, I mean, other than just having employees properly trained, he belongs to GASDA as part of the being ownership of many gas stations and repair shops, convenience stores. I think he's got about 4 or 5 locations that I'm not.
Members, there is a document scanned into workflow on the 17th of October from Nellie, from the village of the mayor's office. It's indicating that the above referenced business does not have a business license registered with the village deputy mayor, his office. And they're against the location for maintaining any type of SLA license. There are so many businesses around this location that already hold an SLA license.
But this is a
There was
gas station with a
opposition for-
convenience store. It's a small convenience store with a repair shop that I already.
Well, one, he doesn't have a business license.
All right, so what kind of a business license? I mean, what are we talking
Apparently, the village must have a
Business
local license.
And they're also indicating saturation.
I mean, they've had unique issues there that we've generally listened to them on because of the unique issues, and those issues deal with places like this. So when they ask us not to license somebody, I have been listening to them. If you can go convince them otherwise and come back here, then go do it, but otherwise I'm denying it.
But right across the street.
I just told you what I'm doing. Now, I don't care what is across the street. So do you want to go convince them, or do you want to adjourn this? I got 200 people here, and I got to go.
I guess I'll try to convince them and get you a letter.
11:21.
All right.
Next item, 2488, Chillax MB Corp.
I guess there's opposition.
Yeah. Come on up. Opposition.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ekaterina Plotnikova, and I'm with Book Law Firm.
Can you pull the microphone down?
Sure. Is it okay?
Yes.
My name is Ekaterina Plotnikova, and I'm a paralegal at Book Law Firm.
You're with who?
I'm a paralegal at Book Law Firm. We represent the estate of Myron Bendersky.
The estate of who?
Of Myron Bendersky. This is the building right next to a restaurant, right next to Chillax. It's
Okay.
next door. So I just basically wanted to make sure that the authority is in possession of our complaints, and because we submitted several letters and complaints in regards to Chillax.
Well, why don't you summarize them for me? I am in
absolutely.
possession, anything that was sent, we have, and I've read, but I don't remember anything from your law firm.
Okay, sure. So basically, the function of this restaurant at 184 Oxford Street has become a major disturbance for our client. So there is a family. There are 3
What kind of
children.
disturbance?
The owners of the restaurant make no effort to prevent very noisy operations of the restaurant from disturbing our client at late hours, and make no effort at all to respect its neighbors in this residential area. This is exclusively residential area.
But the building's not.
There are piles of trash.
Correct.
I am not sure. Well, this is Manhattan Beach, so this is a residential area with private houses, and it's very close proximity to first of all, Kingsborough Community College and Goldstein High School. They're just a few blocks away.
Well, I did get your stuff, and you refer to the 200-foot rule in these high schools and other schools on numerous occasions, but he's applying for a restaurant wine, so it's not
I'm not
relevant.
here to speak on behalf of, schools. I'm just, I bring up whatever I have here. So also there are piles of trash and garbage surrounding the restaurant, and the garbage is not covered and stored properly. Also, the restaurant's cars block the client's driveway all the time, and the restaurant owners have made no effort to direct the parking of its patrons. The owners of the restaurant have completely ignored multiple complaints made by our client and other people, and they have been very rude and disrespectful, showing absolutely no regard to the residential community where it operates. So this is it, and our client can only conclude that adding alcohol to this situation will only make it worse.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is the first.
You guys having parties without alcohol?
No.
And they've been closing earlier because they don't have the license. The restaurant is there. It's wine and beer. There isn't another restaurant or licensed premise within over 750 feet from the location. They're a full restaurant that opens up. They do take care of their garbage. I don't know who specifically is making the complaint when the paralegal is here saying they represent an estate.
Well, it's a building next door,
Yeah,
apparently.
it's a building. We contacted the community board. The community board never got back to us. My client went as far as to contact the community board again to tell them, "Look, we want to do this restaurant. We want to appear before you." They said they would get back to them. Nobody got back to us from the community board with regard to coming in. My client has no impediment to being licensed. As I said, this is a.
What are the hours?
The hours are 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. They're not bothering anybody in the community board. They don't have any live music or loud music in any way, shape, or form.
No, so there's something that was put in here that said that they were open for brunch. And they were playing techno music? You're not having any music?
No, we have a background music.
Background music.
Is that techno music?
You have an iPod, right?
It said loud techno music too, I
Yeah.
think.
It's not a large restaurant either, as you look at it on the diagrams that were submitted to you.
These letters of objection from Chaim Deutsch, the council, this is from 2016.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one from 2017, that's the community board.
You have two patios and you're not serving alcohol on the patios, right? Do you serve food out there or no?
No.
So what are they for?
We're not using outdoor space.
What's your occupancy?
I think there's 42 seats in total, I believe there is. I mean, there's no public assembly required, so it's under the 74.
You've marked it as 62.
62 is the total. That's with employees in there.
And this is one story or two stories?
It's 2 stories.
What's the difference between downstairs and upstairs?
Upstairs has a small 3-stool bar to serve the customers that might sit up on the second floor, where the downstairs is more of the kitchen with a counter that we made a bar because it acts somewhat as a bar, where somebody, if they wanted to, could walk up to it. And then the seats are on the rest of the first floor.
Who owns the building?
Roman Midiani,
Which is who?
my husband.
Okay. How long have you been open?
2 years.
So why the liquor license now? Did this come before us before?
No, we never made an application before.
Why hadn't you made an application before?
So first, even before we applied, I knew that I heard about opposition, so I collected some signatures from the residents, so I submitted the list of them. Then I had a personal problem with my family, so I didn't have a time or anything. Like, I didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah, because these letters of objection are almost 2 years ago.
Yeah. So she's had the restaurant, they've operated, they have gotten no noise violations or any violations from anyone. She actually did it somewhat early. She went out and got all the signatures in support that she got. Like she said, then something came up, and then she came forward with regard to making the application. She knew schools were nearby, but they are over 200 feet, but that doesn't apply since it's an RW application. That was taken into consideration as well, making the beer and wine application, so it would address the concerns of the community in that it wasn't a full liquor license in the area, and it would just be the wine and beer for the restaurant.
Just, you know, we did reach out to the council members' office to see if their position had changed from 2016, and they indicated no. They sent us the same letter.
Okay.
Which I don't know how any of them have anything to base a letter on when the community board wouldn't even allow us to make a presentation to them. Despite 2 requests, the one that we gave in writing and then my client contacting them, where she was told by them that we'll get back to
We
you.
don't have anything on the complaint, right?
I don't see anything.
Well, why would we? You're not licensed, so. All right, are you ready?
Yeah. I'm going to vote to approve. I don't see any adverse history with you or anything like that. But I will say that, any violations will be looked at kind of harshly here since we have reasons for objection.
We understand, that's one of the reasons I brought my client here today, so she could hear it herself.
So you have, obviously, you have some significant opposition, and some of what they're arguing about, such as traffic, you can remedy? I mean, she's got people double parking, it sounds like,
It's not possible to park on this, double park on the street. You're just,
but they're not your customers?
there are a lot of students who double park, who occupy driveways, but they're not necessarily my customers. And my customers would not leave their car and go into the restaurant, because basically the other car will not be able to drive.
Okay.
If you know the area, the school that's there, the parking, because it is residential, is very difficult. So
Okay.
all the kids that attend the Kingsborough, it's very difficult as
And
well.
then the other aspect is the music, which I realize you say you're only playing background music, but there is some objection here that the music, whatever you're playing, is loud. So I'll approve closing at 12 all nights. And as Commissioner Ford pointed out, the one thing I would be cognizant of is if you end up back here with noise issues, it's going to be very expensive. Because I think there's been significant warning that you probably need to turn the music down before you even got licensed.
I can assure you there is no lack.
We'll make sure it's at a volume.
No intention of using the outside space?
No.
No.
And Commissioner Ford, you're okay with the 12?
Yeah, I'm okay with 12. I also wouldn't think it would be a bad idea if you have someone outside monitoring to make sure nobody double parking or your customers.
Okay.
Help keep you out of trouble.
We can do that on the weekend as well, that's fine. Yeah.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Flynn, you got one other
I
matter,
do
right?
ASPL, yes, simple offer.
2427, ASPL Cafe Inc.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
You too. I'll try.
Next item, 2464. 2464 is Orchard Street Enterprises LLC.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley. I'll make this quick. I have 3 matters on. It's really more housekeeping than anything else. Conditional no contest plea. Violations have been cured. I'm looking to settle rather than try it because I have a corporate change in the bullpen warming up, and I just need to adjudicate this.
And for this place?
Yep.
Yeah, this was a little low in my estimation, so I'll go to 1,000.
But again,
Given their past history.
well, yeah, but again, I'm not looking to contest or to try it. I'm just looking to get it over, and I did work it through with counsel's
I know,
office.
but I'm questioning whether he worked it enough. So take it or leave it. I don't want you to try it either, but it should have been 1,500. That's why I'm at 1,000.
1,000 sounds great.
1,000 it is.
Accepting that, Mr.?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll accept it.
Sorry, talking to him.
All right, next item, 2454, Beaumaison Corp.
Beaumaison, conditional no contest offer of $500. Asking.
I'll accept.
No, I'm asking for an alternative penalty, adjudicated letter of warning, 27 years. The sole violation is he did not indicate 27 years ago that he was going to utilize security.
How long has he had security?
He's only had it the past couple of years for Friday and Saturday nights, but he's never had a violation, pristine record. The method of operation.
All right, letter warning.
Thank you very much.
Letter warning.
Shoot, make me sweat.
Can't make these
Next
things just
item.
too easy.
2433, 56th Street Restaurant LLC.
Findings of fact, charge not sustained. Single charge.
Yeah, I'll dismiss.
Yeah, dismiss.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and attention.
Next item, 2431, Envy Cafe Inc.
Why did we do that case? 20 what, Tom?
2431.
Why not just outright not do it? Save everybody time.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner.
or good afternoon, I
Good
should say.
morning, or good afternoon.
Yes, Mark Weinstein for NV Cafe, doing business as Trapped House, 9402 80th Street in Ozone Park, New York.
So, sustain 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, dismiss 5, sustain 6, dismiss 7, sustain 8 and 9, dismiss 10, 11, 12, sustain 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Yes, Chairman, obviously, my client and myself, for that matter, understand the gravity of the charges, and we've obviously discussed it at length, and they're serious. There's no question about it. I would like to just have a very quick or brief opportunity to just put into context that before my client got involved with the two managers that now have been discharged, and I understand that one of the charges that was sustained was an availing issue. Nevertheless, the two people that he was involved with have been discharged. Having said that also, for 3 years before my client got involved with these gentlemen, he ran a clean operation. He had a good relationship with the police department.
When did he get involved with them?
He got involved with them, yes, in or about 2015.
Well, he's got charges from 2013 up until late August of this year.
Pardon me?
He's got charges going back to September of 2013, which he took penalties on, and he basically had charges every year up until August of this year.
No, I understand that.
And there's 24.
Right,
And I'm not counting the ones here.
Right. No, I understand that. My understanding of those charges that they were of a nonviolent nature. For instance, they were of books and records, some exit signs. Again, that's not to minimize that there were, but they were not of the gravity or seriousness of obviously the ones that were before us that you read into the record.
Well, they were all exactly the same, though. There's books and records, there's failure to conform to the application, there's failure to comply with local regulations, there's books and records again. They're all the same.
No, I understand.
So that, to me, turns into gravity.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman. What I was
102nd Precinct says not a lot of problems, not a focal point. It says number 1.
We understand that.
I don't know, I guess, and I have a lot of people here, so I don't want to waste your time or my time. What are you looking for here? Because I don't see anywhere for me to go. I don't think you want to write the check that I'm going to ask you to write. And so what are you looking for?
My client would like another chance.
And what's he willing to pay for that?
I have to, what would you be willing to pay for that?
I have no idea what it's going to look like.
Right. So that's my point. We're not going to get, we're at a stage where the chances have run out. And
or perhaps a suspension, a 30-day suspension.
I mean, he had multiple opportunities to clean up his act. He had 4 years to do it. We now have people in jeopardy of getting hurt because of stuff that's going on there, and he's not even at the place. So I'm at revoke and bond.
I would emphasize that there isn't a single violation that occurred inside the premises, and I understand,
other than the availing.
Right, and I understand that that's been an argument made before you many times, and I understand your rationale for rejecting that.
Well, also the rationale for rejecting it is the fact that every other charge that's nonviolent in nature has been committed at least one other time previously, and sometimes twice. So I have revoked people for way less than this.
I was thinking of a very high fine, but that still doesn't address the issues the chairman just brought up. I just think it's time to call it a day. So I'm for revoke and bond as well.
The counsel's office would ask that take place immediately.
Well, you could have piped in earlier.
Yeah, the revocation. Well, I wanted to hear what you said.
All right. As immediate as you can. Thank you.
Thank you for an opportunity to be heard.
Next item or items, 2447, 2448. That Meatball Place 2, Inc. You look comfortable. I wanted to.
You want to do your other one first?
I do actually.
No.
I mean, no, all right.
I would ask this go back to counsel's office. There was a mistake, and I'll blame myself for making the mistake. There should have been a combined offer of $20,000 for all of this.
Okay.
And
What's the other one?
they're all together.
My understanding is that I spoke with Mr. Amarato, and he indicated that he'd be willing to submit the $20,000 CNC to the board if they'd be obviously subject to their approval.
Oh, okay, then if for the whole thing, it was a mistake.
What's the whole thing?
The error, if I could explain, we got 2 CNC offers. There are 4 pending cases. We got 1 CNC letter for 2 of the cases offering $20,000, a second letter for the other 2 cases offering $15,000. So that's what's before you at this
Both
time.
cases are on today, or no?
No, there's
There's 4
there are
cases
4
on
different.
today, 2 separate CNC
Okay,
offers.
and you want 20 for all 4?
For all 4.
All right.
Can I make a suggestion? If council's office is okay with that,
Yes.
then let's return this to council's office and
Just
they
for
can
the
submit
formality of sending?
everything for the next board meeting all lined up properly.
I'm all for that, as long as everybody understands it's $20,000.
Why can't I just take 15 and 5 on the next one? The other one's here, right? Yeah, so I'll take 15 on that, call the second one. You already offered 15 on this, I'm going to accept it.
The other one's not on this calendar.
Oh, you said it was.
It is. They are, all 4.
You only signed in on the 2, I'm sorry.
No, there are all 4 cases.
No, there are 4 cases that were in 2 different.
What's the other 2
Let me
numbers?
pull out the other ones, because you only had the other 2 signed in. All right, so it's 2450 and 51.
All right, so on 2447 and 2448, I'm taking the 15 CNC. On 2450 and 2451, I'm countering down to 5.
We can just combine.
All right, then
all-
combine them, just get them out of here.
Are you going to reactivate the method of op change?
Please, yes,
I want
that's,
that to come here. He's looking to reactivate a
There's-
method of op for adding DJs, security guards.
Yeah, if that comes here.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. As long, yes, I'd like it reactivated.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Mueller?
No,
No,
there
Joe.
are people here
All
that
right.
just want to see.
Does anybody here have anything else other than Stony Brook Fine Wines? Anybody? All right.
Jesus.
You ready?
No, we're going to take 2 minutes. Okay.
All right, we are back on the record, and the next item is 2419, Stony Brook Fine Wine and Spirits LLC.
They're not here?
Just call the next item.
Yeah.
Too late.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioner. Teresa Russo from Stony Brook Fine Wine and Spirits LLC. I assume we have opposition.
You would think? All right, yes. Is there anyone else, other than a private liquor store owners, is there any other attorneys here in opposition? No, okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. I officially represent the four closest stores, but
My suggestion, given that I'm assuming everyone here would like to, at a minimum, to put their name on the record, is that acceptable just to put their name on the record and then you speak for them? And at the end, if they need to add something to what you say, then I will certainly take that in consideration. But can we go that route since we'd be here for a week?
no, I made it sort of clear that I'd be speaking for them, and if there was some.
Do they want to put their names on the record, or do they?
I would hope that they would.
Okay, then everybody get in line and march up here and tell us name and store and location.
Don?
And that's it.
Donnie, can I ask you to move that over a little bit so I can see everyone?
Go ahead.
Yeah, oh, yeah, well, let him work for it. Yeah, move it over.
What?
That's
You
good.
can start, go ahead, we're taping.
Good afternoon. Gear Freeze, Nescansett Liquor. We're about 3 miles away from the proposed premises.
Okay.
I'm Truls Ostoit. I'm a manager at Nescansett Liquors.
Okay, thank you. Just like that, that's perfect.
Phyllis Spisto, Simply Wine and Liquor. I'm one of the four closest store.
Okay.
I prepared that protest letter.
I'm Peter Maneri, Wine Depot in Riverhead.
Thank you.
Matthew Maneri, Spirit Shrine, Santa Mauritius.
Giuseppe Fondati, Sunshine Square Liquor, Medford, New York.
Ben Mansouri, Simply Wine and Liquor in 276 Pond Path.
Thank you.
Steve Plunkett, Port Jeff Liquors, next town over.
Amanpreet Singh, Main Street Wine and Liquor, Bayshore, New York.
Uma Patel, Cheers Wine and Liquor, Farmingville, New York.
Sarabpreet Singh, Terrace Liquor Depot, 11 miles away from the location.
Amit Tamecha, Liquor, Vienna Wine and Liquor, St. James.
Thank you.
Michael Hodak, Ye Old Spirit Shop in Bayport.
Devanand Paymaster, Royal Plaza Liquor in Rocky Point, New York.
Kanak Wagela, Easy Wine and Liquor, Port Jeff Station.
Frank Mazzone, The Spirit Locker, Hauppauge, New York.
John Volpe, The Wine Guy, Smithtown, New York.
Thomas Gilberti, The Wine Guy, Smithtown, New York.
Tassen Sergi, Pop Wines and Liquor in Medford.
Doug Sibbles, Lake Liquor, Ronkonkoma, New York.
Philip Saliano, The Wine Authority, Mount Sinai, New York.
Virender Lund, Greenwell Grapes, Greenwell.
Nixon Khanna, Elwood Wines and Liquors, East Northport, New York.
Robert Falkowski, K&W Liquors, Franklin Square, New York.
I'm Jun from Junta Wine Liquors. I'm the 6th closest store to the application one.
You?
Hi, this is Rakesh Patel. I'm from SV Fine Wines, right across the street from the proposed liquors.
Dhruv Bansal, Aqua Vitae Wines and Liquors in Hauppauge, New York.
Thank you.
Ocean Sun Wine and Liquor, Ronkonkoma, New York.
Snehal Wasani from Slim and Harry Liquor Store on Bohemia, Sunrise Highway.
Dima Liquor, East Setauket, New York.
Center Ridge Wine and Liquor, Center Ridge, New York.
What's your name?
Rory Fabian, Simple Wine and Spirits, Setauket.
James Breitenbeck, 1029 Wine and Liquor, Port Jeff.
Seth Redbart, Path Liquors, Coram, New York.
Bobby Napoli, 1029 Wine and Liquors, Port Jeff Station.
Neil Dario, Wine and Liquor Depot, Islip.
Smithtown Liquor.
What's your name, sir? You know your name. Your name is what? Ethan, last name?
Bill Petrosky, Simply Wine and Liquor, South Setauket.
Jason Z. and Jane and Inc., DBA Figueroa's Liquor Store. Thanks.
Well, you're the closest.
Kathleen McCarthy, Marquez Wine and Spirits, Port Jeff Station.
Young Dog Kwan, Countryside Wine and Liquor in Ronkonkoma. Thank you.
Gurpreet Singh from Port Jeff Grapes and Grains in Port Jeff Station.
Robert Hebert, Hamlet Liquors in Setauket.
Scott Kemick, Grape Culture. We're in St. James, one of the four closest.
How are you?
Mike Figueri, Stony Brook Wine and Liquors. I'm in the same shopping center. I'm the closest.
Oh, you're the closest, okay. Who, didn't he say Figueri's?
Father used to own a store.
Oh, so there's two Figueri liquor stores?
No, I'm Gary Stony Brook.
Oh, okay.
I'm retired.
PNA Wine and Liquor Store, Ronkonkoma, New York. Thank you.
Hello, Hong Wang, Balapulawa Wine and Liquor Store from East Setauket.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I realize that you all took a day off for this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems that we were here on something very similar not too long ago, in the beginning of January of this year. This is now a second application for a Total Wines on Long Island. I have detailed in my written protest that the four closest stores do not have any increase in their sales. I mean, they fluctuate up and down, but they're basically steady. There's been no increase in the population of this area. In fact, there's been a decrease in the total of Suffolk County, which is where this store is applying to be a package store. The concentration of stores in the immediate area, as I've blown up, I've shown you in my written presentation, but this is just a blow up showing that within a 2-mile area there are 20 stores.
That's 2 miles radius?
Yeah, 2 miles. And if you want to know, it's right here. I mean, this is where it would be, the proposed location. All of the existing stores, the four closest stores anyway, total a square footage of about 7,000. This proposed location will have 26,000 square feet. I venture to say if I went out to these 20, they may equal the 26,000 square feet that this proposed store wants to get a license for. Every indicia of public convenience and advantage screams that this application be disapproved. There have been commercial foreclosures. The area doesn't warrant another store. You've told us that. How have you told us that? In the past 3 or 4 years, you've denied 11 package store licenses in this area. They're going to come in.
When you say this area, well, all right. I'm not questioning your number. I'm just wondering how
all right, no,
geographic
it would be the St. James, Center Reach, Lake Grove, Port Jefferson, Mount Sinai, and as well as the Stony Brook area. That area, I've attached the disapprovals to my written presentation. And the reason being public convenience and advantage in each one of them. The applicant is going to come in here and they're going to make some fantastic claims. The biggest claim is going to be that they're going to be carrying products that are currently not available in any of the stores. First of all, it's absolute nonsense. These stores combined have many more products than Total could possibly carry in any particular area. They're going to make claims about New York products and how many New York products they're going to claim. But they're a little cuter this time. When they came before you in the Westbury location, they basically told you there were going to be 3,400 wines sold in this store. I can show you newspaper articles where that's gone back to maybe 1,200 and other problems relating to how they can deliver on these fantastic claims. I've already had personnel call many of these wineries. Most of these wineries can't make deliveries. Most of these wineries don't have enough product to sell other than in their own wineries and their own roadsides, especially the Finger Lakes. There's no way for this product to come down to Long Island. They're going to make claims. Their math seems to add up to increases in population. Their math seems to add up to the fact that there'll be increases in the total total sales of the existing stores. When you send out a notice to these existing stores, it's very clear that if they don't answer this properly, they can be convicted of a misdemeanor for lying to this agency. They're not in a position to go lying to this agency. There's been no increase. There's a heavy concentration of stores in the area, and there's no increase in any population, nor will there be any increase in population in the Suffolk County area. They're going to make fantastic claims about reaching out 50 miles. They even have a claim that people are going to come off the Port Jefferson ferry and travel 8 miles by car just to go to this place. They have stores in Connecticut. Why are they bypassing the stores in Connecticut to come down to this location here in New York? And here's the biggest problem that I think they face. There is a Total store that's been approved. It's in Westbury. It's within about a 20 to 25 mile radius of this store. And they're claiming that tentacles will reach out at least 50 miles. Well, if that's true, then that quote-unquote unique store is already in existence. It's in Westbury, Long Island, because this agency approved that. And for the authority to allow another store with the exact same claims to be approved on that basis is not correct. And I'd like to point out something else that was mentioned, because there was a lawsuit. And in the lawsuit, it was pointed out by the Liquor Authority that Section 2, which is the section that you should live by and do live by for the myriad applications that come before you, public convenience and advantage must be shown. And again, what I said about oversaturation and decrease in population and all of that is taken into consideration, and you do that every week. But then you added, when you wrote written reasons for approval, that we have to pay attention to the amendment which mandates that we try to give that New York products should be promoted, and that's what they're claiming. Well, I've got news for you. The 50 stores that are in here have much more than the 3,400 products that are going to be claimed here in terms of actual product on the shelves. The closest store, which is in the same shopping center, has approximately 240 to 250 New York products as we speak here. What you've done up until the Westbury store is you frowned on the fact that a store would come in or an applicant would come in and say, I've got a lot of square footage. You want to keep the balance that exists. All these stores, the biggest store in the area is the store that's in there right now. It's about 2,500 square feet, which is 10 times less than the proposed location. Sure, you can make claims that you're going to have all of these products, but you never allowed these other stores to go into existence. You made an exception with the Westbury store. The Westbury store probably will not live up to its fantastic claims of reaching 50 miles and having the 3,400 products. Actually, there's more, because they're saying that spirits and ciders will also be found in the store. They can't possibly live up to that expectation. But even if you assume that that's true, you can't have two stores making the same claim, because it just doesn't work with the second store. And while we're talking about reasons for not approving this license, getting past the public convenience and advantage argument, which I submit is absolutely solid against approving this store, there is a bigger question of whether there are two stores with common ownership, which I don't have to lecture you people on in terms of you cannot have two stores, an entity cannot have two stores in the state of New York, two package stores in the state of New York. There is a conduit to all of these stores, and I'm talking about all of the stores in the United States. It's called RSSI. That is the conduit that allows all of these things to blend together. That's why they have a $1.5 billion empire. That all comes from that. The funding for all of these things has to be looked at carefully. It's my understanding with the Westbury store, maybe something's fell between the cracks. But, and again, I made that argument about having more than one store, and the chairman correctly stopped me because there was only one application at the time, so there was really nothing to talk about in terms of two stores. But now we have two brothers, one who already has a license has been approved anyway for the Westbury store, and the second brother is coming along, and he is going to be independent of his brother and run his store all on his own. First of all, he doesn't run the store in a sense of being there, which is another thing that the authority likes. When people in the area, which are what all of these people are all about, they have mom and pop shops. That was the model that was proposed when the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law came into existence. That's what you and your predecessors have always looked at when determining what is going on. You've made determinations of, well, we might approve a license if you at least cut down dramatically on the square footage. And I've shown you the actual application where, one of the applications anyway, where that's what you said. There have always been claims of New York product. If they have a store that will carry about 12,000 items, and only, let's say, 1,000 of those items are New York products, well, that's less than 10% of their entire inventory. So these fantastic claims of what they're going to carry and the opportunity, and again, they've changed their language. They said, absolutely, we'll carry the 3,400 with the Westbury store. Now they're sort of saying, subject to availability and words to that effect. So they're not really saying they're going to carry all of these products. But I would ask that, number one, public convenience and advantage be looked at very carefully, and that if you do, I would hope that you would come to the same conclusion that I have, that in fact, the existing stores more than adequately service the area. And again, I'm including New York products, because if you notice, when these ladies and gentlemen got up before you, they were all carrying the New York symbol. They all take pride in carrying New York products. They all take pride in trying to promote New York products. They have educational seminars. They have tastings. They want to promote the New York product. They understand how important the grape industry is to the state of New York, and they don't shun their responsibilities. But you created the limitations that all of these other stores have, and now this new entity comes by and it shows, or it's attempting to tell you that no, we're not going to hurt those stores. The combined total gross of all of the four stores that are near this place are $4,400,000. Now that hasn't varied in the last 4 years, and the figures
You're
show
saying that of the four
closest stores. Their combined gross is $4.4 billion. The biggest store being the store that's closest, and that's doing approximately 1.5 to 1.6 a year. But other stores are doing under $1 million. The other two stores are grossing somewhere near $1 million, but nowhere close to these numbers that you're about to hear about, $18 million and the loss of taxes. By the way, you were proven correct in court. In the decision that was made, you correctly pointed out to the total people the last time that they...
Oh, and I love to be told I'm...
But the court told you were correct, and that taxes are not something that can... I do it, believe me, I do it more than not. I really do. I respect your legal abilities, especially when you're right. And then you were right on the one relating to the taxes. That's a non-issue, should not even be brought up. And the court said that it should be brought up. Everything that they're going to tell you sounds fantastic, but most of what they're going to tell you doesn't add up to ring the truth. And I would ask that you look. Oh, one other thing. They're going to tell you they're a specialty shop. They're not a discount organization. Well, I can tell you that's absolute nonsense. How can I tell you that? Because in the state of Connecticut, when we were here the last time, I told you that they deliberately went below the Connecticut law of there's a minimum price in Connecticut, and they wanted to contest that. Now, of course, they didn't want to contest it for their rare selection of wines or the high-end spirits that may be in the store. They did it so that they can undercut every other store in the area, and they were told by the Connecticut courts that they couldn't do that. That their application was denied for trying to get rid of the minimum pricing system that exists in Connecticut. You don't have that in New York. I understand you don't have that in New York, but the point is they are a discounter. They are a predator. They come in and they destroy the existing businesses because they undercut. They have a base which is nationwide in concept. And as to how they make their revenues, I would think you have to look at this RSSI very, very carefully because it's all connected. And because it's all connected, you cannot allow two stores with a common ownership to get licenses in the state of New York.
I see that's 2 miles. What's the, do you have any idea within 5 miles, what's the number of stores?
I would say within 10 minutes, I don't know if it's 5 miles, but within about 5 miles, maybe 10 miles at most, there are 52 stores.
Okay.
52 stores within a driving distance of 10 minutes. I mean, as to whether that's 10 miles or 5 miles.
Long Island, 10 miles is not 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is true. You can't get anywhere within Long Island in any short period of time. But 52 stores are within. I know that because this was checked within a 10-minute drive of this location. There are 52 stores. I've named them in the presentation that I've made. Please, if you gave it to one, you can't give it to the second. They both can't make the same claims. They can't reach out 50 miles. They can't go over ferries. They can't deliver on what they're saying they're going to do. And even if they could, they're destroying existing. I'm not saying this for the purposes of trying to maintain a quote-unquote monopoly. You decide how many stores there'll be in a given area. You're the ones that turned down the 11 stores in the past 4 years. Now to allow this behemoth to make its way into the fabric of the liquor stores in Long Island, there's something wrong with that. I do want to point out some other things that are. I mean, this just indicates that the population of Suffolk County has gone down in the past 2 years.
In the past how many years?
2 years. It's gone down from 15 to 16. There was a decrease in the population. This shows the actual populations of the area, and it shows per capita there are probably more liquor stores in this area per person than in any other part of the state of New York. You're very careful in judging whether another store should be put in a particular area, and you've answered 11 times in the past 4 years that there is no need for another store in this particular area. Now to allow this thing to come into existence and destroy what is the balance of the area is something that I would hope that this body will not change its myriad determination saying no, we need to. And also, please look at the character and fitness of the people that are
All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else here in opposition? Other than the ones who already spoke? Okay.
Good afternoon. I want to introduce Robert Trone, who's the applicant for the Stony Brook store. We're also joined today, and they'll speak a little bit later on, by Steve Appis, who's a realtor in the area, and Brian Schuster, who's a realtor, who's going to talk to you about the growth in both the commercial and residential areas around Stony Brook. Mr. Trone's going to explain to you what his experience in the industry is and why he chose Stony Brook for his liquor license.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner Ford. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. There's been a little bit of talk about my background in fitness, so I want to give you a little background on myself. Try to keep it quick to keep everything moving. I was born on a farm in South Central Pennsylvania. I went to the University of Pennsylvania for undergraduate at Wharton School there. Came back to the farm. The farm eventually went bankrupt, and then worked with my mother, who owned a gas station that sold retail beer by the case in Pennsylvania. So I worked with her in the alcoholic beverage business and stayed in the beer business in Pennsylvania for the next several years, and eventually went back to law school at the University of Pennsylvania when I was 29 and graduated from law school there. After that time, my brother and myself entered the wine and spirit business within the state of Delaware. In Delaware, we bought 2 small stores, approximately 1,000 square feet. We gradually expanded those stores, expanded our selection, and then continued to grow our stores selling wine, beer, and spirits throughout the country. As we look at what our business model is, we had a lot of talk today, is Our business model is really about the consumer, bringing the consumer fantastic selection, fantastic service, local products, education for those products, tastings within the store. That's the concept of the business that my brother and myself operate outside the state of New York currently. As we talk a little bit about Stony Brook itself, why did I choose Stony Brook? Why did I choose New York? Stony Brook is just a fantastic regional draw area, and my store will draw the entire county of Suffolk County, 1.5 million people. Suffolk County has a very high income, average household income of $124,000, which is fantastic for this country, a low unemployment rate, and certainly, good economy throughout the area. The area itself in Stony Brook is a regional mall that draws the entire Suffolk County area, 15 miles to the west, 60 miles to the east. It may seem like a long area, but there's not really any other major shopping areas within Suffolk County. That is the key shopping area within the county. Certainly as we look at New York itself, what's special about New York? New York is unusual that there's some other parts of the country we operate have a lot of local beers, and we focus on the beer business. But New York is very different, that has a huge local wine industry, much like Washington State or California. In addition, it has an unbelievable number of local distilleries focusing on, local homegrown grains distilled here in New York and sold in New York. In addition, the ciders, obviously, and the beers, obviously. I think the key is that these many great products have really come to market very recently in the past 2 to 4 or 5 years. Certainly the government is trying to promote the agriculture industry within the United States. But what I really see in New York is these high-quality New York products are not getting exposure in the retail segment to the extent that they should. And that's one area that I'm going to focus on within the Stony Brook store. Exposure is not only carrying the products, but displaying the products, having tastings, having an educational room, educating the consumers about the products, providing an opportunity for the winemakers, for the wine distillers and their owners to come and talk to our staff about the products, talk to consumers about the product, and really get him a foothold. You certainly saw a few letters in the packet that we submitted about some distillers and wineries that expressed their difficulty of getting their products into a distribution system. And it makes sense. These are products that they don't sell a lot. They sell just a little bit. So if you have a small store and you can't fit it on your shelves, it's hard to carry that vast selection of New York items because they're the low sellers. It's the big items that sell, the Jack Daniels, the Jim Beams of the world, they sell very well. And if you have a small store, rightfully so, that's what you're going to carry. I believe that I'm going to have a big store, hopefully, and carry a full range of products and really go after that customer who's focused on New York products and needs and wants a large selection. As we look at the business model that I work with outside of New York, and we've recently done some customer research on why do customers shop at a regional destination wine and spirit store. And it's really interesting what it came back in. The number one reason was selection. They come to the stores that I operate outside of New York for selection, period selection. I thought they might talk about fair prices, but really selection. The second thing after selection they really talked about is local selection. I love your local selection of beers. I love your local selection of wines. Whatever we're carrying, they love that local selection. And I never realized it that outside New York, our focus on local areas has been one of our key areas of success, and I'm certain in New York it will be exactly the same. In addition to selection, what the the marketing studies have showed is that customers really like service. One thing I have in my store is a staff of employees that work the floor, interact directly with the customers that are well-trained. I have a 120-hour training program to teach people about not only wine and spirits, but also about how do you interact with a customer to provide that confidence. So when the customer leaves the building, they leave the building with confidence. They're comfortable with bringing the alcohol home to their family or a party and really enjoy the experience.
How many people do you expect that you would employ at the store?
Somewhere between 60 and 70, most likely. And most of those will be full-time people with full benefits, of course. The one thing I also want to mention is, our commitment to preventing sales to minors. You know, I've been in the alcoholic beverage business, I'm dating myself now, 36 years. You know, I first started selling beer in my mother's store when I was 21. And the one thing she stressed with me is, you know, hey, Robert, prevention of minors is the most important thing. So what I've done in the stores outside of New York is really develop a program that incentivizes all of our team members not to sell to a minor. So actually, if someone turns down a minor or someone who doesn't have proper ID, doesn't have to be a minor, just without ID, we pay that associate a bonus to really make them feel good about, you know, it's hard to stand and work and sell alcohol all day long, and we really want our people to be super attentive. And that's really the key. I think if you talk to any regulator throughout the country, we by far have the best record in the country. That being said, we're certainly not perfect. Last year, we did have one minor violation. Unfortunate, a cashier misread punched in the wrong number off an ID into the register system, but that was one out of approximately 41 million transactions.
Where are you going to live?
What's that?
Because I see you live in Maryland now. Where are you going to live if this gets approved?
I'm going to continue to live in Maryland because plan to spend considerable time at Stony Brook. It'll be my focus to get the store up and running as much time as necessary.
And where are the operations going to be run out of? You heard a lot of talk about RSSI, and I'm familiar with RSSI. Where is that located?
Yeah, RSI is located in Potomac, Maryland, where I live.
Okay. And is that where this is going to be managed out of?
No, it will be managed from the store. The key to I've been running alcoholic beverage stores for many, many years. My motto is that the store manager, the store co-managers, they make the decisions. They run the store, they order the product, they interact with the, you know, if there's salespeople, they interact with the customers. If they're running the store, I'll be in daily contact with the store manager. If I'm not on site myself, I'll be in daily contact, whether phone, by, or email. But certainly. So
what's is it RSI or RSSI?
RSSI, sir.
So what involvement is that going to have?
RSI is a company that I'm partial ownership in the company. In that company, we worked with the SLA in New York in order to pre-approve the arrangement between them, and that company will provide some accounting services, some marketing services, some IT services, much like an outsourced service company.
I don't think we approved anything, did we? I mean, you met with I know you met with council, but nothing has been approved by this board in respect to that.
It did not come before the board,
Right,
but we
okay.
worked with Council Flug
Okay.
to go through the management agreement to make sure everything is arm's length, flat fee, that there's no percentage interest, and that she was comfortable with all the different services and how they were being structured.
Okay.
Not to have an interest.
Okay, so certainly I apologize for that, sir.
That's all right.
And certainly if it needs to be modified, you know, I'm perfectly willing to modify it. You know, the fundamental.
So you mentioned it does all the accounting, it does your payroll, who does the administration of the building, does RSSI have involvement in that, pay the vendors?
RSI will hopefully do some of the bookkeeping if that's permitted.
Meaning they're going to cut checks and receive
The
checks?
manager or myself will approve the checks, and accounting clerk would cut the checks or transfer.
And the invoices get sent to Maryland?
The invoices will be approved at the store themselves, and then
Sent to Maryland?
And either write the checks at the store or Maryland, either way.
We're going to have books and records, a set of books and
Right.
records
Certainly.
at the location.
Oh, absolutely. Every state that I do business in has a different level of requirement as far as what needs to be kept on premises. We're fully
Who
compliant.
does your payroll? You're doing the payroll at the store, or you're going to do it at the RSSI?
The store we outsource to ADP for the payroll.
Okay. One of the things that opposition brought up was that the area did not have enough grocery stores, so we just wanted to show you our floor plan and what you propose to do.
Well, I'm not, my concern legally isn't really whether there's enough grocery stores in Long Island, to be honest with you. If this is approved or disapproved, it doesn't mean a grocery store is, well, I guess if it's approved, you're going to put a grocery store in, but that's not really my concern.
Okay.
That's a different license anyway.
Okay.
Just spend a second, then I'll stay away from the grocery store. The grocery store will be here, good selection of craft beers, but this will be the wine and spirits store here, the front over here, this area here, designated for New York wines and spirits, approximately 5,500 square feet of New York wines and spirits. A tasting area solely dedicated to New York wine and spirits here, an educational room here, and other products throughout the world come from here, along with a separate tasting station here. So
They're not connected, I take it, in any way? The store, grocery
No,
store.
they
and
have
the-
separate entrances.
Wall here, absolutely not connected in a common area here. Customer comes in, can either go into the grocery store or into the wine store.
So there's a common vestibule, but there's separate entrances into each location.
And you mentioned that you expect this to be a destination, which we obviously heard before, and you expect 60 miles to the east customers come from and 50 miles from the west?
15 miles away.
15.
15 miles.
Why is your store different than your brother's store? Because your brother's store indicated to me that it was going to be 50, which really was a significant factor in my approving that, because when I get from where his store is to 50 miles, you pretty much get to Jersey, approximately. So you're telling me your store is only going to attract 15 miles?
I'm not sure about what my brother said or not, so I can't speak for him. But for myself, the east of the store will track up to 60 miles, to the east, out to the end of the hour. To the west of the store, the predominant number of customers will be out roughly 15 miles. There'll be some past that 20 or 30 miles.
Because he's already got a store there, is what your expectation is.
Not really, actually, because the traffic patterns
Yes.
are shopping. Traffic pattern, I believe, will be that the Stony Brook Mall area and trade area kind of mimics Suffolk County. It covers all of Suffolk County. If someone lives in Nassau County and works, yes, I might get that customer. But there's very few people that live in the Bronx and are going to go to Stony Brook.
But they are going to Mineola. But they are going to Mineola. That was what the argument was, that when the last time a store of this size from your relative came in here, the argument was, I'm going to get these people that are going to Jersey to buy alcohol instead. And I see you made the same argument, and I don't expect those Jersey people to drive by your brother's store to get to yours, so.
Today within Suffolk County, we can.
Yeah, can you talk in the microphone, too?
Oh, sorry about that.
That's
Sorry
no
about that.
problem. No, I know. You forget. I forget myself.
Okay, can we go to the next exhibit? I can try to
Sure.
explain that. That one, yeah.
That one.
Perfect. So the area in yellow so these 5 stores are 5 total wine stores. In the area, in the whole area, and we're bidding approximately 18 million customers. Dollars worth of sales in these 5 total wine stores today.
So each color is a store.
No, each color is a county in New York. These are the 5 stores.
Oh, I see, okay.
And what is particular to your question, which I think is excellent, 100% agree with you, is these are the customers that I'm really talking about. And if you add up these zip codes, today, these 5 stores serve about $750,000 a year of these people here. And what that means to me, and to your point, it's an excellent point, is it's a long way for someone to come here over to here. Why are they doing it? I assume they're over here working, they're visiting a friend, they're on vacation. Who knows why they're there?
You're telling me east of Stony Brook, that, how many in sales are you getting?
750,000 per year.
In those 5 stores, 3 of which are in Jersey and 2 are in Connecticut.
Right, those are tracked by credit card receipts, and that's only the credit card receipts.
So there's some
And how many sales does typically one of your stores do a year? I gotta believe 5, 6 million or more?
These stores would somewhere probably be in probably average maybe 19 million or 20 million. Maybe a little bit.
So it's not even 10%.
It's a small amount of
Right.
percentage. But really what I was trying to drive at, really, I was surprised at the information about that it means that these individuals, 750,000 is a lot of sales, really are coming and making their shopping pattern unusual because of the service and selection they get outside of Suffolk County.
Mhm.
It would make sense to me if I lived here, I would shop somewhere here. I mean, to me, that's common sense. But, they're coming over here due to the service and selection.
And where on that map is the store we just approved that's not open yet? Approximately. Yeah. It's right dead center in the middle, right?
I believe it's dead center. Could be a little bigger, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not
The opposition stated there's 52 liquor stores in a 5 to 10 minute drive. However, if you look at the Google search submitted by opposition, it contains many inactive licenses, different license classes, and it goes beyond the 10-minute drive.
Well, how many do you think there are?
I think there's in a 4-mile radius, I found 10 active licenses. On the search. Not 52.
I don't know the exact number, but I can guarantee you it's more than 10.
That's what, I mean.
I don't know what, I don't, and once again, I don't know
Yeah.
what search you used. And
I went
sometimes
through-
ours is inaccurate.
I went through the exhibit that was provided by opposition, and I looked up all the licenses and removed the ones that are inactive, that are different license classes, and are, we're beyond the range.
And what about the fact that we have, I mean, in my estimation, I think, and I've said this, I'm not saying anything new, and everybody that practices here hears the same thing. This, in my estimation, including Nassau and this area of Suffolk County, is without question the hardest place to get a liquor store in the state, probably one in the country. And I clearly have turned down more than I've approved, as has Commissioner Ford over the last 3 years. And I'm sure Chairman Rosen did the same thing I'm doing, although I don't know. But I don't understand, what do I say to those people?
Well, this store is completely different than any other store. No other store has this selection, this customer service.
If you were here in December, I probably would agree with you. But in January, we had a store that was very similar to this in the same region. It's almost identical to this.
There's 1.5 million people in Suffolk County.
Right, but with that 1.5 million, I haven't granted a liquor license, I'm not going to say ever, but the large majority of them were declined in the 3 years I've been here, in Suffolk and Nassau County, unless they were replacing another store.
Right. Well, we believe, though, this one serves public convenience and advantage because it's so different than anything else in the county and different than the 4 competing stores.
So
When we look at
what's different about it then, other than its size, which I get is selection?
Yes, I think selection is clearly what's different. I think the members, the stores that are local that I visited, that they have a nice selection, a limited number selection of items that sell very high pace. Somewhere between 400 and 1,300 wines, somewhere between 400 and 1,300 spirits. I could be wrong, a few numbers off here or there. It was my best guess as I counted the items. My store will carry on the wine side 8,000 different wines, plus the wines from New York. There's a dispute on how many wines are available. I don't know what that number is.
I don't either.
Right? I did check with, my brother's store this morning, and they were told me that they already have 900 wines in the store, so it's heading that direction. Obviously, it's hard to get things moving, but there's some progress there, and certainly.
Why is it so important that, how far are you from the other store, 20 miles?
It's about an hour and a half drive.
When I drove it the last time, it was about. Let me answer.
Listen.
I can't stop one.
Don't make me sick the security guard on you, please.
I don't know.
Let the man speak.
I think the exact mileage, if you Google it, is 31 miles. Drive time to New York, certainly know better than I do. It took me an hour and 15 minutes.
I live
the last time.
upstate. Believe me.
Okay.
There's a reason for that. So what? You're arguing it's a destination. The other store that's there is a destination. One of the reasons I voted for it, and I can't speak for Commissioner Ford, was because of the selection and the destination. And I think the selection itself and the size, as well as the dedication to New York products, provided public convenience and advantage. But why do I need more of it in the same area? I don't know what you're adding that other store didn't already do for me.
What I respectfully disagree with you is that it's in the same area. I do not consider Stony Brook in the same area, in Westbury. To me, those are two very different areas.
They may be, but the argument I bought, and shouldn't have bought it, I don't know, but the argument I bought was that he's going to draw people from 50 miles around. And that, to me, was significant because, one, it put him in New York City, and two, it obviously puts him right smack dab where your store is, right?
Yeah, I think, I wasn't at the hearing, as I said.
Right.
But what I would assume what my brother was trying to say was that 50 miles is the ring of people come from. but the first 15 miles is the majority.
I'm sure, but he was telling me that those New Jersey sales are now going to drive the other way, at least hopefully. I realize we can't control that, but, I to a certain extent agreed with that if someone was in Queens and they wanted to go to a store that was 30,000 square feet, which, I'm not one of those people, but there are people that would do that to fill up their car for the year with their alcohol. And if you're in Queens, I would think it's easier to get out to Mineola than it is to go over to Jersey to do it. I don't know why another store 30 miles further out, other than being more convenient for the people in the Hamptons, is providing any more benefit than the other store that's there already. Or not there, but going to be there. Oh.
Maybe if I could look at the map one more time.
Yeah.
See if I could address that.
And I don't even know if Commissioner Ford is on the same mental wavelength, but that was what my thinking was back then.
Just looking at this map, I mean, you're showing where your customers come from. I think people are already there in the area for another reason. Wouldn't you say? I mean,
I 100% agree with, I think, both of you are saying, if I understand it.
Yeah.
The customers, the only reason for this map was basically saying there are a fair number of customers that are shopping here, that are going here, and they're going here for selection. That's the only purpose. The customers shopping to the store are going to be these customers that live in Suffolk County. That's going to be the vast majority of the customers in the store. There will be a few that come from Nassau County because they work in Stony Brook, a few from Queens, but the majority of the customers will come from this county, which has 1.5 million people, with an average income of under $24,000. That's my customer base. And
I'm going to tell you what I was looking at when your brother was talking was you're talking about 1.5 million. In my mind, he was talking to me about 9 million.
Okay.
Do you understand? There's 8 million people in New York City, and ideally they would drive, if they wanted the destination, they would drive hopefully to Mineola rather than go to New Jersey or Connecticut. And that's the difference I see in the two applications, is that his goal was attracting in that radius a lot more people than you're talking about. And that, to me, is public convenience and advantage.
Okay, so that where I may disagree with you a little bit is that, to me, the consumers that live in Suffolk County, the 1.5 million consumers, their need of selection, their need of better service of a store like mine, I think defines public convenience. For that 1.5 million people,
okay,
that's my belief. The consumers are not in this room today. We have 65 licensees that are in that area, and I would, put forward, I think, politely that there's 65 people are here today because they know my store is going to offer public need and convenience, and that people really need a bit more selection. But I'm going to be as polite as I can about that.
Anything else?
Yes,
Mr.
we'd
Russo?
like to go through and show you the gross sales numbers. We believe the gross sales are going up. We also have some individuals from the real estate market who want to talk about growth in the area. I know that the opposition.
And they presented some population numbers, which I looked on my own, seemed to be, I looked in other places, and they seem to be accurate as far as population growth or lack thereof. So what's your theory on the population growth? And when I say, I'm not just talking about, I guess I'm talking about the region they're dealing with, which is not just Stony Brook, but the 5 or 6 towns around it.
Right. Well, we submitted a population report from ESRI, which is a very reputable demographic company, and they indicated that the population's going up by 1,744 people.
And what mile radius?
In a 5-mile radius, but when you broaden it to 15 miles.
So 1,000, yeah, that's what I saw.
Right.
So about up out of like 215,000, it's going up 1,000 people.
When you broaden it to 15 miles, it was over 14,000 people.
Which is, how many, it's got to be over 500,000. The the population right now is about 500,000 in that area? In the 15-mile radius?
I think it's larger than that.
Larger,
I think it's
okay.
close to 1 million.
Yeah.
So it's not going up more than 1 or 2%?
Well, there's a lot of development in the area, though. The college brings a lot of people to the area who don't live in the area, who work in the area, as well as the hospital, Stony Brook Hospital. So there are a lot of people who are drawn to the area who don't necessarily live there as well. So
Okay.
Can we look at the gross sales?
Yes.
Okay, gross sales.
Perfect. Just as far as the grocery sales chart, and what I did is took the 4 stores in northern New Jersey and Connecticut, what their first half of the sales was, and second half of the sales here was. Same multiplier, I think I did watch that part of the tape last time.
You watch what?
The multiplier discussion.
Oh.
But I think you really, first to look at 2016, I think everyone.
See, I looked at this and I got to shake my head. You can go through them. But if you're telling me that a store that's never hit the number you're talking about is going to hit that number, I'm not buying it. I mean, they went 1.84, 1.87, 1.83, 1.86, and now you're telling me they're going to 2.1, and they've consistently gone up and down for 4 years.
The only thing I'm suggesting is maybe they don't follow this multiple. I'm not.
Right.
That I don't know. I don't know their sales. I'm suggesting that's the best thing I could do.
Okay.
I would also suggest that certainly 2016 was an up year. We averaged these 4 numbers coming across, and average these 4 stores went up. I'm suggesting in 2017, the sales are also going to go up.
Okay.
That's my, how much they're going to go up, I can't.
Okay.
All right.
And then the other ones are more realistic, at least. They appear more realistic.
Okay. We'd like to invite up, yeah, go ahead.
Just want to up, and as far as you mentioned, I think the real focus is what makes someone shop at our stores. And I just wanted to go back to selection one more time, and I know, I'm sorry if I'm boring you, that, I mentioned we're going to.
I look bored?
No, sorry.
I'm getting paid for this. I better not look bored.
Okay.
Because I'm not.
All right, sorry about that. So the store itself will have 4,000 different spirits from around the country, plus an additional 400 from New York. And I think that compares to other much smaller stores that have somewhere between 400 and 1,400 spirits. So a substantial.
4,000, and then how many from New York?
400.
Okay.
Then I think ciders will probably have, there's not that many ciders, around, but probably about 150 ciders from New York. In the, so.
And you have a lot of support, as you pointed out, from the wineries and the manufacturers in New York, as well as some of the politicians, the elected officials from those areas, but I didn't notice any from Long Island. Am I wrong in that?
Senator Flanagan, we spoke with Senator Flanagan. He said he makes it a policy not to weigh in.
Okay.
The assembly member from that district was running for judge and became a judge yesterday.
Who was that?
And was not comfortable. Graf.
Oh, okay.
Remember Graf? So they were
Good.
just not comfortable weighing in. They say they don't, not that they were supportive or that they
Right,
oppose it,
okay.
just that it's just their policy. But we did get, a number of the leaders and people who have the manufacturers in their district who wanted this new outlet for them.
Yeah, and just for the record, you can see that I've gotten significant input from this, both ways. So we did read all of it. At least I did.
The realtors.
I had a lot of fun this weekend, too, yes, I did, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we'd like to invite up Brian Schuster from Ripco Real Estate and Steve Appis from Lighthouse Realty to just talk about the area and the development in the area.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Brian Schuster. I'm a commercial real estate broker at Ripco Real Estate Corp. in Jericho, New York. I've lived on Long Island my entire life, and I've been in the commercial real estate business on Long Island since 1990. And I just
You don't have anything to do with this deal, do you?
I do.
Oh.
My company.
I was born at night, not last night. What do you represent? Who, them or the Sports Authority?
Both the landlord and the tenant.
Okay, go ahead.
My company represents about 75 retailers, both national and local, and all of them either operate in the Stony Brook area or would like to. So I'm just here to touch briefly on some of the growth that's happening in the area. Stony Brook University Hospital, I think, is and Stony Brook University, that's the biggest generator. They're in a state of perpetual growth. $500 million was approved, I think, in the last 2 years at Stony Brook University Hospital, and they're building a children's medical hospital.
Is that upstate medical schools located there? I mean, downstate? Oh, go ahead.
It's Stony Brook University.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
The point is a lot of new employees and a lot of growth, and the same holds true for the university itself. They just approved an expansion of 3,300 students that will live on campus.
You mean in the graduate school? Or at the university?
At the university itself.
But those, so 3/4 of them are under 22, or under 21?
I'm just speaking to the growth in the area.
Okay.
And hopefully they'll stay there and live there.
And the one thing I do know is that they don't sell to minors. I have seen that myself.
There has been some, albeit relatively limited, residential growth in the immediate area. The reason that there isn't more growth is just the lack of available land and the highly restrictive zoning. The approval process takes forever and ever in this part of Long Island to build, but the hamlet, which is right next door, 170 new homes in the $1 million range, was completed in the last couple of years.
What hamlet is that?
It's a residential development, 170 single-family homes.
No, it's called the hamlet?
It's called the Hamlet.
okay.
The developer is known as Beechwood.
Okay.
The Encore at Lake Grove, which is essentially across the street, 228 condo units, that was completed in the last couple of years. I have a list of maybe a dozen or 15 in the immediate trade area residential developments.
So, yeah, we can take that. You want to give it to me or keep it?
Same as here.
Oh, it's that, okay.
And then extending out into the wider area that we touched on earlier, the list gets much larger, and I can hand you that too if you'd like. But the Smith Haven Mall directly across the street was expanded recently, and at the same intersection where the proposed shopping center is located, in the last couple of years, Whole Foods and Trader Joe's built a larger store. Whole Foods opened a brand new store, and LA Fitness is open, and Barnes & Noble and Dick's Sporting Goods. So the point I'm making is there's a lot of demand and a lot of growth coming to the area from a retail perspective.
And that's in the plaza that they're trying to go into, or the next one over?
Not the same plaza. The stores I just mentioned are across the street, and some of them are at the Smith Haven Mall, which is also directly across the street.
Okay.
And it is the largest and most dominant regional mall in Suffolk County. There's no mall east of Suffolk County anywhere to the eastern edge all the way out to Montauk. So that's why when Mr. Trone spoke about the draw, those people are shopping in this area already. There's nowhere else for them to go if they wanted a mall type of experience.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
No, not unless you have
Who's
a
next,
question.
Ms. Russo? Same question. Do you have
Let me
a
answer
piece
it
of the
first.
deal or no?
Let me answer it first.
Okay.
How are you?
Good.
Good evening. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Apis. I'm with Lighthouse Realty Partners. We own and manage 2.3 million square feet on Long Island and manage this property.
Okay.
So we are, in essence, the landlord. I'm here to speak about the site itself. It's approximately 23 acres, occupied by plus or minus 241,000 square feet of retail, which consists of 4 tenants.
The orange is the proposed store?
The orange is the proposed area where the store is going to go into. Square footage was approximately 26,000 for the liquor store. The property has 2 signaled intersections where traffic can pull out onto Route 347 in both directions, or across into the Smith Haven Mall, which we are immediately opposite of, or onto Senator Moriches Road, which is the street on the westbound, or on the western side of our property, which allows for traffic flow in all directions. Property was developed in 1995, and we have very, very carefully positioned this property to have 4 large retailers, or hopefully a 4th large retailer, whose main business is the service business, the type of business that is not going to be readily affected by the internet, which a lot of retailers.
Like what? I'm not following you.
Well, Lowe's Lumber,
Okay.
for instance. You go in,
I got
you
it,
pick
yeah.
up lumber. You don't order lumber over the internet. Michael's, which is a craft store, which has great synergy because of the age group of the shoppers that are there. Again, a type of store where people go in for the experience to pick out items that they're going to be involved with crafts. And of course, Staples, the office store. Small businesses in the area, everybody uses that Staples in the area. Of course, yes, some of the larger people do order online, but for the most part, small businesses, when they need supplies, they get in their cars and they go to that store. And the reason we've positioned those type of retailers there is, again, because of the impact that the internet is having on certain retailers. not certainly the liquor business, because that's something that is not easily purchased over the internet, if at all, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, I don't know about New York, so.
I think everyone behind you would disagree.
Okay. But it's the type of business.
Even whether, and that could be legal or illegal, by the way, but it is
I can't speak
happening.
to the illegal,
Yeah.
that's your department. But again, it is that type of business that's an experience where people will come from distances to walk in and kind of handpick and be able to touch and grab and feel and see the various items that are available to them. I grew up on Long Island. I live in Jericho, so I know what I'm talking about as far as Long Island is concerned. This corridor of 347 basically started in the early 70s as an offshoot to the Northern State Parkway, which ended over there, and has slowly, and not slowly, but rapidly grown into the main shopping corridor for all of Suffolk County. Yes, there are other shopping corridors. There are other malls, and a lot of those malls are struggling right now. The Smith Haven Mall is the equivalent to what the mall in Nassau County is, known as Roosevelt Field, in terms of its dominance to the market. This is the hub. This is where every major retailer is in Suffolk County. Everybody comes from every direction to shop in this area because of the availability and the selection of different type of retailers. So there is competition in the area. There is solid growth in the area. And there's a couple other projects that are coming online. We were talking about what seems to be a slowdown in residential. That's not true. There's a project coming on in Amityville on Route 110 off the Southern State Parkway, which is approximately 9 or 10 miles from this property, 500 units that are in the process of being rented. They're under construction and open. Next year, there is a project coming online that is 9 miles exactly south of here off of Nichols Road, straight south, called Islip Pines. That is a 2.2 million square foot development, a mixed-use development that will have 350 residential units, 1.1 million square feet of office, 500,000 square feet of retail, movie theaters, entertainment, ball fields, and whatnot. So the island is still growing. There may be, interim slowdowns, but for the most part, we don't call the island, the fourth largest economy in the country for nothing, or the fourth in population and in volume and whatnot. So the island is still growing. There are places in Suffolk County that have not been built yet. There is land. The demand has to be there. The jobs have to be there. And by being able to bring in somebody of this type, somebody of this nature, who's now going to be employing a whole new spectrum of employees with a different type of skill set, with a different type of knowledge for their product, it's just a whole new avenue for people to have, an employment ability in the area. So if you have any questions about the site, I'd be more than happy. Oh, and I apologize.
There is a liquor store very, very close by. Where is that, within that graph or no?
No, it's not.
Pagari's?
It's in the shopping center to the east of here,
Which is
has a.
they're connected?
There is an irrevocable cross easement between the two centers that the town required during site plan approvals for traffic flow, which is something that's very common on Long Island in order to keep some of the cars that want to go from one center to
Right.
another off the main roads for traffic purposes.
So they're different plazas, but they're next to each other?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any for him, do you?
Nope, I'm good.
Thank you very much.
And he actually brought up a good point that I didn't raise, the internet sales. What are you doing with that? I know you have a big internet. Generally, you usually have internet commerce?
The plan is to start with no internet whatsoever, and at such time that I feel otherwise, I'd go to the commission and make sure I understand the internet rules perfectly clearly within New
I don't know
York.
if I understand them. I was just asking.
He understands he has to do a change in method of operation if he decides to do internet sales.
So there is
Make
no
sure.
plan right now?
None at
Okay.
all right now.
One of the other things that was raised is the character and fitness of our applicant. Would you like us, he's prepared to go through the
Sure.
different states and to respond to some of the claims that were made? So-
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. I think, first of all, let's talk at a very high level. I spent a few minutes this morning going through some history of each different licensee. And out of the 160 stores that I'm involved with currently, 138 of those stores have perfect records. So 138 stores that I own or co-own have perfect records without ever a violation in the history of the company. Some of those stores go back 20 years, some go back between 2, so perhaps an average of between 7 and 9 years. So 138 stores with a perfect record and 22 stores that have a violation with a total of 25 violations. Certainly 25 is too many, I would 100% agree with.
And how many licenses are you on, did you say?
160.
That by name, meaning not a corporation, but your name is on 160 of them?
No, that's a good, excellent point, sir, sorry.
As a principal of the corporation.
That as an owner of the corporation, as a shareholder in those licensees.
Okay, how many are you on, like, in this instance, you're 100% owner, correct?
Right, there's some other ones I'm 100% owner, but I
How
guess.
many of those are there? About?
4.
Okay.
And there's some other ones, when you say.
I realize every state has different laws, I
Yeah,
get
that's
that.
why I hesitated on the because some you have
Right.
to sign on the license and some you're not on the license. It's very confusing,
Right.
obviously.
Yeah, no, tell me about it.
So I think as I look back at some of the material that was submitted, I just wanted to go through and correct some of the errors in the submissions one by one. If I start with Pennsylvania, there were some allegations about my brother being arrested in Pennsylvania and talked about his wife. It was also in addition that I was arrested in Pennsylvania in 1992, dealing with some issues the state had in 1985 to 1988 period. Those charges against me were 100% dismissed. There was no settlement agreement. There was nothing but a complete dismissal and expungement of the record, and that was Pennsylvania. I think the second area is the state of Florida. They talked about some citations in Florida. Today we have 26 stores in Florida, and there's never been a violation in the state of Florida. 0 violations since we've been there, and we've been there for 15 years. He brought up the state of Texas, brought up some civil litigation regarding Gabriel's. Gabriel's is a competitor of ours in the San Antonio market that owns approximately 60 stores. Gabriel sued us in the ABC in Texas for the issuance of our license, trying to prevent that issuance of the license. The ABC issued the license. In Texas, they have a right to continue to sue, so they continue to sue in civil court, never got before a judge, hasn't moved anywhere past depositions, and recently they've agreed to settle the case with us and move on in life. New Jersey, question in New Jersey came up. Back in 2000, there was investigation of my 2 stores in New Jersey. We went to myself, the lawyers, went to the ABC in New Jersey and said, hey, we need to bring this thing to close. They said, we've investigated a lot of times. Many things we thought were wrong aren't wrong, but we really do need some sort of a settlement in order to move on. It looked good for our PR. So they basically dictated that we settle. We agreed to pay them a $250,000 settlement, and it was really written as a
In relation to how many stores in Jersey did you have at that time?
2 stores, sir. So it was a reimbursement of cost with no omission of guilt whatsoever.
That's a big fine.
That was not a fine.
Well, that's a big amount of money.
It was a reimbursement
Right.
for the
Well-
investigation expenses is how they.
Right.
I take about that much from one store, maybe once or twice a year here. That's a lot of money.
I 100% agree with you. It's a lot of money, and that's what we thought was the right business move. But it was no omission of guilt whatsoever. And for the next 13 years, these 2 stores have operated without any violations whatsoever. So very, very good stores in northern New Jersey, a lot of consumer support.
The one that caught my eye, because they did put this in pretty specific format, was the Texas charges, or I don't know whether they actually ended up being charges, but the investigation relating to the relationship with RSSI and the fact that RSSI was apparently the one running the businesses.
If my recollection was most of the material, almost all the material was actually part of the Gabriel's lawsuit. So there was not a Texas investigation, it was a civil lawsuit by a competitor.
But a civil lawsuit then, but the allegations were similar to what we see here a lot with some multiple related ownership of liquor stores, and this entity that you are already using in other parts of the country does create a level of concern for me, because it looks very similar to problems we've already had with others, and that we're still having.
Right. Let me address that in a 2-part answer, if I could. The issue with the ABC, what they suggested is, since Robert and David own the Texas stores and Robert and David own RSI, why don't we have RSI own 1% of Texas? And that's what we eventually did, so the LLC, so that the ABC's suggestion, we went with that suggestion.
But the problem, you couldn't do that here.
I think you're 100% correct about that. What we want to do here, what I'm going to do here, if approved, is work with the commission, make sure I understand the laws completely, and abide by the laws, period. And I agree, New York's very strict, very different than other states we operate in, but every state is different. We operate in 19 states today operate in, and I will work very hard with my law background to make sure I'm 100% compliant with every law in New York.
Well, good luck with that. In relation to this law, I'm not making fun of you, but you could have all the law background in the world and not understand this law.
Massachusetts and Connecticut. Okay, we have 2 more states and we can wrap up.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. There was a reference about Massachusetts, 2 citations that were issued in Massachusetts for selling below cost. That was in the first submission that came in, I think, several weeks ago. The facts there was that they created an interpretation of a new law, a law in Massachusetts, which basically said if your invoice said $10, later on you got a $2 credit from the wholesaler, that meant you paid, they determined the cost to be $10. We thought it made more logical sense that if you paid $10, you had a $2 credit for the same item, your true cost is $8.
We're talking about Connecticut with the minimum cost?
No, I'm actually talking about Massachusetts.
Oh, okay.
Massachusetts. So we went into the state, they cited us for that, and then the court of, the first level at the appeals court ruled in our favor. And currently the state has appealed that. Hopefully we're going to settle with the state and move on. But right now, as of today, the court has ruled that our interpretation of the law was correct. It was a new interpretation. The second part you just brought up was Connecticut. Connecticut, I think, as you're aware of, has a very complicated min pricing rules, which basically allows each individual wholesaler to set the minimum price a retailer can sell product for every item, and they change it every month. So sometimes 2 wholesalers can set 2 different prices for the same items. It's extremely complicated. We struggled with it to be 100% perfect. Many times the minimum markup required you to make somewhere between 30 and 40% on an item, so it wasn't very consumer friendly. We did make a few mistakes and was cited and settled those cases. And currently we've gone to the court system in Connecticut and asked for clarification, a declaratory judgment on whether or not the law, how the law should be interpreted and whether or not it violates the antitrust laws, which I think it will. A similar case happened in New York, I think 15 or 20 years ago. So I think those were the key highlights of various states, and I think, fundamentally is that certainly if we get approved in New York, my intention is to 100% operate within the law like I do in other states and be an exemplary citizen for that.
And we believe the application before you is consistent with the 2015 amendment to the ABC law to promote the craft beverage industry. We're going to create jobs, tax revenue across the state, and promote tourism. We think that by educating consumers about these different New York products, that it'll increase tourism because people will want to go out to the wineries and distilleries to experience them themselves. We believe, based on our numbers, that there's an increase in the gross sales, an increase in the population. Even if you take our population, our demographic report, and Mr. Mueller's population report, and you average them, there's still an increase. They're both from reputable sources.
Yeah, but even if I take yours, the increase is nominal.
But based on what you heard about the real estate in the area and the people coming into the area, I mean, it's a growing economy. It's not decreasing.
Okay. And what, within your submission, I don't know exactly where, I recall some, and I'm going to ask for quiet in your response here, some level of explanation that you don't expect that you're going to affect the other people's sales. How would that be possible? Because the one thing Mr. Mailer pointed out was that the 4 closest stores in total have 4 million plus in sales, approximately, and you just told me that you need your store to take 18 to 20 million. How are they not going to lose some of that? Okay. And that's really not anything I'm supposed to consider, but it does affect the level of demand.
Okay, no, I think it's a fair question. I think the key, as we talked earlier, is that my store is a destination, regional destination store, that people come to stock up when they need selection and service. The individual package stores, some are in this room, are really kind of convenience-oriented stores when someone wants to way home buy one bottle or two and use it for that purpose. So it's really a different purpose. Is it a convenience purchase where limited selection is okay and limited service is needed, or is it a true regional destination store offering a wide selection of products? And I think
But you don't get any of those people, you're telling me?
I can't say we don't get any, I'm sure, but it's, if you were stopping home, coming into a store like we showed here, or to a store that you get in and out of a little faster, not that many. And I think in Exhibit F, there's an example of, for example, yes. And I think the other point is that given the sales, if any of that type of sale does come from that, it's going to be over a large number of stores over a huge number of areas. So I own a store in Maryland, in Laurel, Maryland, called Quarter Fine Wine. In that store, it does huge volume, has been in the business for 22 years. And I had the hearing, there's a similar need and convenience standard in the state of Maryland. And the question was, you're going to drive me out of business. So several retailers came up and testified that we're going to drive them out of business, that were right across the street, that were 0.6 miles away, 1.9 miles away, and 2.8 miles away. To this day, 22 years later, all 4 of those retailers are still in business. So, I think the facts have borne this point out, that the local retailers stay in business, they coexist with these large regional stores and do well.
Okay.
All right. If I could, one more thing. If I could add, one more point, and I think is just, I think as you think about I think about the state of New York, to me, the consumers in the state of New York deserve to have a spot that they can buy a selection of products, have great service, be exposed to New York products for tasting, educational purposes. That's what they deserve, and that's what I'd like to bring to the stores.
Okay.
And I think that, we have those customers, they deserve the best. They're different than the customer that buys convenience. And, hopefully New York will look upon their regulations and say that those consumers are important.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Ms.
you very
Russo,
much.
anything
I
else?
appreciate the time.
That's it. Thank you for your time.
And I'm going to give Mr. Mailer 2 minutes. 2.
That's fine. You can start the white light now, and the red light will go on in 2 minutes. I'd just like to point out a couple of things that are absolute fantasy. Number one, in terms of creating new jobs, I know for a fact, because I represent a number of stores in Nassau County, they have pulled people from the existing stores into their stores. You
and I both know that's not really something I'm supposed to be
No,
looking
but
at.
I'm just pointing out, then this whole thing about the real estate, asked the right questions. These people have a vested interest in this store opening. And then to make claims about 8 and 9 miles on the South Shore being viable for this location is absolute nonsense. In terms of no other malls in the area, go to Riverhead. Go to the outlets in the Riverhead. I live in Long Island. I live in Jericho. I guess I know as much as they do in terms of what is actually going on. And for them to make a claim that nothing east of them is viable is nonsense. You go to the outlets in Riverhead, you'll see something that dwarfs what's going on in Smith Haven Mall. And that's another thing. Smith Haven Mall has been around for years and years and years. It hasn't increased anything or been the hub, so to speak, of that area. It's there. It's a viable shopping center. But many shopping centers in the area have gone out, as has been pointed out by the witnesses for the applicant. We've given you actual documents showing all of the foreclosures of places in and around where the applicant is filing. The one thing that's getting me more than anything else, I heard it in January, I heard it again today, I foiled the New York State Liquor Authority and asked them, let me see something in writing about authorization of, or having RSSI being within whatever the laws of the state of New York are. The answers I got, and I put that in my response, there is nothing in writing. There's been nothing relating to whatever this means.
I think I made that clear, but and that this board has never voted on anything, and she didn't try to portray that we did. Obviously, should this get approved, there will be clear examination of the implication of RSSI and what operations they have with this liquor store. I mean, there's nothing in writing that I'm aware of. There's so I don't know, she did, I won't deny, she did meet, from what I understand, with our counsel, our former counsel, when she was our counsel, and went over the operations, but that's the extent of it.
All right, well,
There was nothing, I don't know what she wrote or what she did. My belief is there was nothing handed officially in writing from us.
Thank you. And even if...
And if I'm wrong, Ms. Russo, let me know. I don't...
Even if it was...
Was there anything? There was some negotiation that we did submit. No, but was anything in writing from us? No. Okay.
Just to...
And I was not part of that meeting. With the introduction of the company, but not about the...
Not about RSSI.
No.
Yeah, no, Jackie and I went back and forth with the...
That would be Jackie Flug.
Yes, yeah, that's Jackie Flug, by the way. Okay.
No, I know who Jackie Flug is.
I'm just pointing out it wasn't me.
I know. In terms of, they keep going on about how there are going to be increases in the actual sales of the existing stores. They go by their calculations, or we can go by our actual numbers. Actual numbers that if we're wrong, we can be prosecuted, and they would be misdemeanors. In terms of...
No, he was extrapolating the numbers for this year, which nobody can do. He's using a method that he said, this is the best I can do with the methodology based on looking at a store that is comparable.
Using figures,
right.
using figures from New Jersey and Connecticut, which, by the way...
I think he was just trying to show what this year was going to show. I understand. Right, yes.
Finally, I want to address this issue of convenience of consumers. There are 50 stores in here that are in business because they attempt to have the products that the consumers want. For the claims to be made that new products will be brought in, as you know, are absolute nonsense. If they can sell it, the people in this room can sell it. If there's a demand for the product, they're not stupid. They don't limit their sales to products they want to sell. They'll get whatever products the public demands. So for them to make these claims about new products in the area, convenience of the consumer, which, by the way, is not what Public Convenience and Advantage is all about. Public Convenience and Advantage, since its inception, includes temperance, obedience to law, and making sure there's no overstimulation of a market. You bring in, as has already been pointed out with the Westbury store, they're going to have an initial blitz of $650,000 worth of advertising. They're going to try to undercut everyone else in the area in Westbury. And that's not what Public Convenience and Advantage is all about. You're not supposed to encourage more and more drinking. I don't have to go into great detail as to the problems related to drinking. I will close with that, but I would like to bring up just one person, Jeff Saunders, who is the head of the Retailers Alliance, and I'd like him to address this issue of the promotion of New York products. Each one of these people are carrying stickers. They know how important New York is
okay,
to
let
their
him
thing.
come up.
But let Jeff Saunders explain what exactly is being done with existing stores.
Okay.
Just looking for the email that we just got that. First off,
name?
Jeff Saunders, president of the Retailers Alliance. I'm also a retailer. I take a little bit of offense to some of the things they said real quick. Service, they can offer service. You have 50 people in the back. No one walked up with a blue suit. Everyone's going back to their store to work on their floor. I'm sure Mr. Trone is not going back to any one of his floors. They're family people. They're all going to be there. As far as underage drinking, I heard, you know the record better than anybody. Our record is perfect, just about. As far as promoting, I just lost the email. As far as promoting craft in New York State, there was an email from one of the associations we send out every week promoting the New York Craft Festival that's coming up. We all promote New York products. I personally take Jack Daniels, which I don't have enough space in my little store, put it in the back room so I can have New York craft products on my shelf. So, as far as selection, real simple. If I came to you as Jeff Saunders opening my store for 26,000 square feet, would I even be standing here? Would you even look at me for 26,000 square feet? I don't think so. Based on the history of what you guys do with the saturation, the amount of stores where this one is, if I was in the...
I say this every time when people come in and say the same thing to me that you do. You just did. I have no control over someone applying. They can apply 100 different times for the biggest store in the...
And what do you do for the most of those cases?
Well, and we'll see, at the end of the day, they do their presentation and we go from there. But my point being that I would do the same thing for you that I'm doing for them.
So, fine. I'm not going to say you'd probably turn me down, but you probably would turn me down. But as far as selection, if I had 26,000 square feet, damn, I'd have the same selection as anybody else. So it's an even playing field. I don't think there's a need for this. If there's to be growth in the area, let the 50 stores get some of that growth. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
This is the last word.
To correct, he talked about selection of New York wines, that certainly when I was in the 4 stores surrounding us, there were somewhere between 40 and 65 stores. Mr. Miller represented that the store in Stony Brook now has 240, and that could be true, but the days I was there, 2 times I visited, was somewhere between 40 and 60. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you in the audience for coming and remaining cordial. We're going to take 2 minutes, just because a restroom break.
All right, we're back on the record now.
Mr. Chairman, I know you said the last word, but it was just brought to my attention, I didn't know this. There's concrete proof, albeit on an iPhone, that the sales that have been made in the Westbury store to date have come from the national corporate headquarters of Total. There are no salesmen that are receiving any commissions on anything. Everything is coming from out of state.
Well, he doesn't own that store, so I'm not, you are welcome to present that to us if there's any violation of the law or anything, but he doesn't own that store.
It just. Yeah, but orders have been made. The point is the RSSI connection just.
But that will, as I said, be examined if this goes through. We're required to examine it, and we will. But that's it. Thank you.
Anything else, or can we take a vote now?
No, I just wanted to point that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Going once?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I think he did a fine job. Both of them.
Anything else, Chairman?
No.
All right. Well, first of all, let me say that I don't have any problem with Mr. Trone's business practices. I mean, we brought up all these other charges in other states, and he addressed them all. I don't have any issue with how they were settled or anything like that. I think there's a couple stores within 700 to 800 yards. And what we have, as far as what their sales over the past couple of years, I mean, it is what it is, and not necessarily what has been extrapolated. And they do show their sales, but at a pretty level pace. We've turned down 10 or 11 stores in the past couple of years. Suffolk County is a hard place to get a license. And I approved the first Total Wine store, but this one, I mean, I think because of its size, clearly overlaps the original one's influence. I'm not completely comfortable with that this store is a complete separate entity, and I'm not making any accusations of misleading anyone. I'm just not sure. That's just me. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Guys, please, I don't want to throw everybody out of here. I keep going back to the first store, and that probably, without question, was the most difficult decision I've made since I've been here. And even walking in the room, that day I didn't know what I was going to do, like I didn't know what I was going to do on this one. But I think that one, the arguments that he made, which were similar to what the arguments were here, was that the selection, the New York products all in one place with the tremendous selection of products, there was a level of convenience regionally for that purpose. And it would draw people from, obviously, the largest metropolitan area in New York State, and give access to those people to products that they probably would not have generally access to in such a large setting. I realize a liquor store can get anything, but there's very few liquor stores you can walk into and see 500 or 600 New York wines, or whatever that number ends up being in Westbury. But what I did buy into, and I still believe, is that that influence is going to be 50 miles around. This store is right smack in the middle of that. And like I said during your argument, when he was here on the first Total Wines, he was telling me he was looking at a market of 8 or 9 million people. And I believe that to be true. Now we're looking at a market of 1.5 million in an area that is, like I said, the hardest place in the state of New York to get a liquor license. And that's not because the people that are applying are bad applicants, and it's not because the economy is bad in Long Island, it's because there are so many liquor stores there. And, you know, in this instance, the population, based on what I reviewed, is at best stagnant, and at worst, it's going down slightly. The sales of the 4 closest stores are stagnant. I mean, they're healthy sales, I'm not going to lie about that, but they're not going up. They're going down one year and up the next year, and that's over a 4-year period. There's 40 stores in a 5-mile radius, approximately. And the services that he's saying he would provide are all being provided by those other stores, given the number of stores that there are, plus the other Total Wines that is in Nassau County. So I'm going to vote to deny based on the fact that I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding this store at this place. I think the first store was a regional store, and this is because of its size and its selection, and this store is just looking to do the same thing, and I don't know that there's a need for it at this time, so I'm voting to deny.
Thank you, everyone. Your time.
Tom, do you have a copy of this?
Just give me your binder.
These were the first ones. We gave it to you if you wanted the actual color copy. That was the first opposition.
You kidding me? You kidding me? We have one more item signed in. When you're ready.
Yep. Let's get going.
Ready?
Yep.
All right. If we can keep it down a little bit in the back. Next item is 2449, 268 West 47th Rest, Inc.
$24.49.
2449.
I'll accept.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, put your name on the record.
Kevin B. McGrath, Philip Snyder.
Didn't you get my email?
No, I didn't, but that's all right. I didn't come here until very late today.
I accept as well.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Are there no other items signed in? Thank God.
Let's go.
All right. 2418,
Accept.
Accept.
2420,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel. Cancel for the
2421,
9,000. They got summons after each sale, so I'm not treating them as one.
9,000. All right.
2422,
Accept.
3,000. Accept.
2423,
Accept.
1,500. Accept.
2424,
Revoke for the record.
Revoke.
2425,
Accept.
10,000. Accept.
2426,
Bring these people in. This is their last chance, and they need to change something.
So make that one to 1121.
Yes.
Okay.
2428,
Accept.
Accept.
2429,
Accept.
29. Accept.
2432,
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, 3,000.
3,000.
2434,
Dismiss.
Dismiss 1 and 2, okay.
So this one, 2435, they have a.
No, did you say on the other one, did you vote to dismiss? Oh, okay.
Yes.
2435,
Accept, unless you have different.
Visibility of 750 not paid to date, is it?
What's 750?
Visibility is 1011 opposed 750.
I can tell you in a second here, unless you have a quicker.
It doesn't matter. I'll accept.
All right.
Let's assume that they will.
2436,
Accept.
Accept.
2443.
Accept.
Accept.
2445.
Accept.
Accept.
2452.
Oh, these people.
This replaces a store that just closed, but they're not
I
here.
know,
No opposition.
but it's Oswego. It's a long way. I reviewed the application. I really didn't have any questions. It's replacing a store that's already, previously existed. The sales of two of the closest are up. The closest store sales were down significantly last year. I have no idea, there's no reason why that would occur other than something internally, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. Oswego's not that big.
2456.
I'll accept.
Accept.
2457.
Oh, I don't have that. Oh, sorry.
So, I don't know, can we, Donald, can you hit pause on that for a minute, or do we need to go outside?
You can mute, if you want to mute the microphones, nobody.
And if I'm,
Councilman Bond.
Hey, 2458.
can you check that though when you're, yeah. 2,500.
2,500, yeah.
Donald, we back on, right? Oh, I'm sorry.
2459.
Maybe 6,500.
Yes, 6,500.
2460.
I'm going to counter at 2,500. I thought that was low.
Yeah, I don't believe anything about this. 2,500?
Or you can go, I'll go higher if you want.
No, 2,500 is a good one.
2461, 62, 63.
Counter at 8,500.
8,500.
2465.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2469.
What about 66?
I don't know. Hold on.
66, 151 Dykeman Cafe. Didn't we do that already?
Did that
Yes.
You did that one.
Oh, okay.
500.
So 169.
2469.
I'll accept. Weak case.
Accept.
2470.
I'll accept.
3,500, accept.
2471.
Accept.
Accept.
2473, 74.
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
2475.
Bring these people in.
1121.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner, you agree with
Yep,
that?
yep.
All right. 2476.
I'll accept. This is strange.
Yeah, I think it's in our best interest to accept.
But what happened, do we know? Oh, you don't know, it's Buffalo, yeah.
I do.
Agree with that?
Yeah, 1,500, accept.
All right.
Person
2477.
gone now? Yeah. I'll accept. I'm sorry, cancel and bond,
2477, cancel and bond.
because it's a second offense.
2478.
Cancel and bond,
Disapprove the renewal.
yes.
Cancel and bond.
2479.
Accept,
1,500, accept.
2480.
Cancel and bond.
yes, accept,
2481.
accept,
Accept.
2482 and 83.
accept,
Accept, Councilman Bond.
2484.
Accept.
Accept.
2485.
Can we take the bond even though they only offered cancellation?
No, that would be a counteroffer.
So they're offering cancellation, no bond.
That's right.
You know, counter, cancel, and bond.
Thank you. 2486.
Cancel for the record.
No, well, do we? Good question. The bond's not paid yet, but it's not due till tomorrow. No, it's due today.
The bonds do the, generally, depend, usually pay with sometimes within 60 days.
So I'm going to go 4,000, because it'll get canceled automatically if they don't pay the bond, right? If they don't renew the bond?
If the bonding company's going to pay, if it's a clean bond.
No, what I'm saying is we took the bond already, right?
It just hasn't, it sounds like, according to this, the bonding company.
Oh, the
hasn't-
bonding company will pay, but then does it get replenished?
They'll have to get a new bond to go into effect again.
And then if they don't, it gets canceled.
Then there'll be more charges.
Yeah.
Unless this is the bond for the prior renewal. They may have a new bond already in play.
Okay, so I'm just going to bill them 4,000 then, and let the bond take care of itself.
1,000.
2492.
Return to council's office, even though it was not our fault.
So I don't have to keep this one?
No.
Good with that, Commissioner?
Yep.
2493.
It's already canceled.
I'll grant the reconsideration $4,000 for 4 months unlicensed.
Recon and 4,000.
2495.
I don't understand this. Can someone explain what happened here?
Supposedly, this guy submits a check for a license fee, even though his license fee, for a different license. Yeah. His license isn't up for expiration. He submits a license for somebody, a fee for somebody else's license. So technically, he did submit a bad check, but
Not for his license?
yes.
And do we know what his connection is to that other license?
Yeah, that's a good question. But he did commit this violation. He
Yeah.
bounced a check.
All right, I'll accept. That's what I couldn't understand.
You accept closing the case out?
Council's
For
recommendation.
the, no, I'll grant the reconsideration, and it's I'm assuming we got a proper check?
No, the other one is still,
Council
the other one
says-
hasn't been paid yet, because this.
Oh, I see, yeah, okay,
This
I'll,
guy's check bounced to pay that.
okay, yeah, no, I'll close the case out.
Send and close. Yep.
Do you want enforcement to investigate, see what the heck's going on?
Yeah. With both of them. You have it? I figured you were.
2496.
So this is a reconsideration, and I think that the lawyer's reconsideration was actually accurate, that I did deny it based on the fact that I was under the impression we were not informed of loans that were made in order for him to open this store, when in fact we did have paperwork that would support those loans. So I'm granting the reconsideration, but I'm going to deny the application on public convenience and advantage because I just don't see any. This closest stores are .4, .8, 1.2, 2, and 2.5 miles away. While the sales of the closest store are increasing, and the second closest are increasing, there are 5 stores within 2.5 miles.
And Chairman, just for the record, so I can go back and watch the video.
And some of the stores are showing declining sales.
You did discuss the public convenience and advantage issue before you denied it on the other ground.
Okay, well, I'm denying it now just on the public convenience and advantage.
There we go.
2497.
Your time? 9,000 or
Yep.
10,000?
No, you're probably right. It probably should be 10. 10,000.
10,000.
18 years and under.
2499.
Sustain 1, 1,500.
1,500.
2500, 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06.
Cancel and bond.
That's what I had, cancel and bond.
Great minds think alike.
Why even work on it? You're done.
2507.
2507.
Dirty Pierre South.
I'll counter at 3,000. I don't know how he got to.
3,000? Yep.
2508 and 09.
Counter at 5,000.
Countered 5.
25.
I mean, the message, Alexander, that perhaps should be sent to this attorney when you're done is if these are weak cases, and he points that out, it might be helpful, but otherwise, these are low. Go ahead.
2510.
I'll accept that. 1,000.
1,000 accept.
I have no other items. Hope. Anything else, Chairman?
No.